Sitting just east of downtown Oklahoma City, Tinker Air Force Base has contributed to America's defense since World War II. Today, with more than 26,000 military and civilian employees, Tinker is home to 8 major Department of Defense, Air Force, and Navy units with critical national defense missions. This weekend, the Warriors of Air and Space are on full display. Buckle up! Day one of the Tinker Air Show takes flight right now. Hey, everybody, welcome into our broadcast position for day one of the show. I'm Dan Hawkins from the Air Force Public Affairs team. Delighted to be joined by Senior Master Sergeant Caitlin Jones-Martin and Oklahoma City's own meteorologist Megan Gold from Channel 9. How are you guys?
Oh my gosh, so excited to be here. So excited for all of our News 9 viewers that have the opportunity to live stream this event from home, and of course to join everybody out here at Tinker Air Force Base.
It is really just a great day to be out here for Tinker's Air Show, Warriors of Air and Space. We're happy to be back after a 2-year break, and we have a full weekend of amazing aerobatic displays of air power.
So good morning to all of you at home, and a big thanks for having me. I'm so excited to be here and to be here with Team Tinker for this amazing event. I was able to get out here yesterday, shoot some things to show to all of our viewers at home, and the air show organizers have just been phenomenal. It is going to be such a spectacular weekend here in Midwest City, and I have to tell you, the weather is just perfect. We've had a couple of sprinkles, kind of mostly cloudy, but our temperature is sitting right at 80 degrees. It is downright comfortable out here.
The dew points are great.
The dew points are great. We're right at about 70 degrees for a dew point, so no big complaint there.
I don't know if you know this, Megan, but I brought a Dan Dew Point Hawkins with me this weekend. So
I love a dew point lover. I'll tell you what, it matters here in Oklahoma in the summertime.
And it's been a great week here in Oklahoma City, Megan. The Thunder NBA champions for this season, and now the Tinker Air Show.
So much going on. We think that typically there's always something fun going on here in Oklahoma, but I'll tell you what, it's been a big, big week for our state. We've had off and on storms all week long, so we've been busy at News 9, but it has all been phenomenal, and we're excited to kind of cap off a great week here at the Tinker Air Show.
Yeah, and we are inching closer to 11 a.m. and starting the show here in Midwest City. We're going to kick things off with the Wings of Blue skydiving team, just one among many great performances we have lined up throughout the weekend.
We sure do, Caitlin. Of course, our headliners are in town. Everybody's excited to see the Thunderbirds, America's ambassadors in blue. A ton of other, though, military performers, including airplanes you see over the skies of Oklahoma City a lot, the C-17 Globemaster III, the KC-46A Pegasus, and the KC-135 Stratotanker. They demonstrate Air Force's aerial refueling capabilities. We'll also see Team Tinker fly, the E-3 Sentry will be up in the air. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So much fun. And it is not just military aviation on display here this weekend. We also have several civilian acts taking up to the skies as well.
Absolutely, Megan. One of my favorite acts here, and I know Caitlin loves it too. Tora, a Pearl Harbor reenactment full of pyrotechnics, 7 Japanese Zero aircraft, the P-51. It's amazing.
It really is a flying history lesson, and one of the most technically intricate acts that you're going to see out here today as well. I also love those red tail P-51Cs. They will honor the Tuskegee Airmen with both a static display here on the ground and an aerial performance through the Rise Above exhibit, which showcases inspiring stories of the Women's Army Corps and the Tuskegee Airmen, who both broke barriers to serve in World War II. The exhibit also features that famous repainted P-51C red tail, this signature aircraft of the Tuskegee Airmen.
And on the ground, we'll see the Air Force rock band Top Flight, who will also keep the crowd rocking with a mix of classic rock, as well as the U.S. Air Force drill team, who will showcase precise weapon maneuvers.
Science, technology, engineering, and math is fundamental to aviation, a driving force behind Oklahoma's second largest and fastest growing industry, aerospace. In addition to a full slate of high-flying acts, STEM will once again be at the forefront of the show thanks to the Oklahoma Department of Aerospace and Aeronautics and the 72nd Force Support Squadron.
And being a STEM girl myself, of course, I love that. Science and the STEM Expo really is a cause near and dear to all of our hearts here in Oklahoma, and it really is essential for the next generation to develop skills in key areas like engineering and support for the defense sector. In the interactive hangar, students in grades K through 12 can participate in a variety of hands-on experiences. Check out all of this: robotics, drone flying, flight simulation, building balsa wood planes, working with the snap circuits, exploring wind tunnels.
You could spend all day is what I'm hearing
all
in
week,
STEM City.
Absolutely.
And the best part about it is it's free.
Yep, I love that.
And it's inside. So if you're looking for a place with the kiddos to get out of the heat for a little bit, it's a great place to go see. And you can go see your brother's new best friend, Tink, the official mascot of Tinker Air Force Base.
Yeah, I think my brother Rob is still stuck over there at STEM City. He was hanging out with Tink last night at the Aviators reception as well. So going to be a lot of fun here. But we have a lot happening in a short amount of time.
We do, and of course it's today and tomorrow. We do have a full day here on this Saturday, though, as the flight line starts at 8 o'clock a.m. with the United States Air Force Wings of Blue parachute demo team. They will be jumping into Show Center. The Wings of Blue started in the spring of 1962 and helped set the foundation for the now internationally known United States Air Force Academy parachute team Wings of Blue.
Absolutely, and we saw their plane take off just a little bit ago, and so we'll see them jumping out into Show Center here in just a few minutes. So we, of course, hope that you'll come out and see all the action live here at Tinker Air Show. But if you can't make it out, there are a few ways to tune in and see the live stream. Of course, we're streaming live on the Tinker Air Force Base Facebook page and on the Defense Visual Information Distribution Service.
And of course, don't forget, my friends at News 9 KWTV, you can catch us streaming all weekend long on their website and YouTube, as well as our sister station affiliate, CBS KOTV Channel 6 in Tulsa.
I was watching Channel 9 all this week. You guys were out here getting a front row seat to all the action. It really was cool to see you come out and experience kind of the behind the scenes of the air show.
At News 9, you know, the things that are going on in the community, it's so big to us. So we're locally owned and operated, and we really are so plugged into the community here. So for the Tinker Air Show to be back for the first time since 2023, we've missed it. We're pumped to really get a front row seat, and for everybody at home that can't make it out to have the opportunity to join us.
And it's great to have you with us as well, bringing that Oklahoma flavor to the broadcast as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun today, so we hope you'll be with us all day long. So while we hope you'll tune in, we also hope you'll come out here to the show and pack your patience a little bit. You're going to need your sunscreen, okay? We know the traffic might have been a little rough getting out here, but it's going to be good. The team is making every effort to minimize delays as you enter and leave the show. Of course, Caitlin, in case you didn't know, this is a military installation, so we do ask for your cooperation, keeping dangerous items off the installation. And, you know, like you mentioned, admission is free.
Absolutely. Admission to the air show, parking shuttles are free. In case you didn't notice, the lines to get on the base started forming before 7 a.m. this morning, and there is a ton of heavy traffic. So make sure that you're being patient and kind to all the amazing volunteers that are out here today.
Yeah, and if you got small kids and families, park around Building 9001, the former old GM plant off Southeast 74th Street, with access from I-240 and the Air Depot or the Douglas exit. I know there's a lot going on, so you got to kind of plan your trip.
Absolutely. Shuttle buses are going to run continuously both days. They're going to drop guests near the entrance to the air show. We've got on-base parking and handicap parking available from Douglas Boulevard through the Liberator and Lancer Gate, as well as through the Ruskasee Gate at I-240 near 29th Street. We also say officials are telling us that all of these areas are going to fill pretty quickly. So don't just come prepared. Just come with your walking shoes on, because they do involve a good long walk to the entrance to the air show. If you've never been here before, this is not a small installation. It's
sneaky big, I like to say.
Sneaky big, as Dan says.
Yeah. So there is a walk-in or vehicle drop-off option available on Douglas Boulevard at the Liberator Gate as well. Great information online, though. Before you come, make sure you download the Tinker Air Force Base app on the Google Store Play and the App Store. You get all the information about the air show. But now we're delighted to be joined now by the commander of the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex, Brigadier General Brian Moore, and Colonel Jen Phillips from the 76th Aircraft Maintenance Group. And sir, ma'am, welcome.
It is great to be here. This is incredible. The energy of the air show. Y'all got to hear Fences Colonel Harris, right? I loved how he said thunder up, or was it Thunderbird up? It was one of the two.
It both works this
That
week.
was awesome. Yeah, absolutely. It's great to be with you. Thank you.
Yeah, so, sir, the Air Logistics Complex, the largest organization on the base, obviously kind of the big gorilla on the block, if you will. Can you just give us a broad overview about what the ALC does for America?
Yes, sir. So I think for everybody out there listening, the most important thing to understand is this is 9,000 Oklahomans doing national security and maintenance, repair, overhaul, doing incredible work on our airframes, right? So tankers and bombers, they're tearing them down, they're building them, they're fixing them, they're building them back up. They're doing all the engine work, and they're doing about 50,000 parts a year to keep us flying.
And speaking of flying, we're going to maybe see some flying action behind us with the MV-22 Osprey getting ready to take off. You know, you talk about this maintenance, and Colonel Phillips, I know that is a cause near and dear to your heart. Yes. You know, we see a lot of these jets fly, and the pilots a lot of time get all the glory. I want to just go to you and tell us why this maintenance is so important in today's Air Force.
Okay, good to go.
Oh,
okay, sorry about that. Yeah, no. Technical difficulties.
Live TV.
It's a live show.
No, so everything that our maintainers do to keep these aircraft up and running, healthy, from scheduled maintenance to unscheduled maintenance, up in the air, it's because of these men and women and everything they do day in and day out.
It really is incredible, just the amount of technical work it takes to work on these aircraft.
It really does, and you kind of mentioned it briefly with the 9,000 people, but can you kind of expand on that just a little bit about the true scope of not only the number of people, but the amount of different projects your team works on any given day here?
You know, just for everybody, can you hear me okay? For everybody out there, this is a facility that's been built since World War II in the 1940s. Rosie the Riveter was right here in these maintenance facilities. Since then, technology has come in. We do 99% maintenance, repair, overhaul. So we're going to be bringing in advanced manufacturing. You know, the picture of the bombers rolling down the production lines, right? Think of that from an advanced manufacturing perspective. Building parts, making parts to keep these old planes flying and keeping the newest new planes flying, which you're going to see right here at this air show. Pretty awesome.
It really is incredible. Sir, you've been at Tinker before and in this current position for a couple of years. What makes this location and just the city at large so special?
So, you know, the old boss of ours, General Gene Kirkland, he would always say, the best communities make the best bases. That's 100% true. In this case, Oklahoma City and the surrounding Midwest City, Del City, they are a part of this base, and we are a part of the community. That's what makes it special. The next thing that makes it special, we have the ability to expand. For example, we have a new campus of KC-46 airplanes coming in. You know, we're doing about sustainment on about half the fleet, and then we're bringing in the B-21. The most technologically advanced bomber in the history of the world. That'll be coming here to do all the sustainment activity. And actually, Jen Phillips' team, they do all the work on all those airplanes, so she'll be training up the team to get them to do that. It's incredible what she and her team do.
The B-21 Raider, what a cool name. I cannot wait to see that in the air here in Oklahoma City. Man, we talked real quickly before we came on air, and you talked about all the things that your team is actually doing this weekend to help support the air show.
Absolutely. So actually right now, all the acts that are being towed into place, those are our movers from our group right now. So we talk about dedication on the weekends, during the weekdays, around the clock, and that's, again, Oklahomans doing that.
Get a live look there. You saw it. There's the Wings of Blue jumping out of the old Otters. They've been flying those for a long time at the Air Force Academy. The national anthem is coming up soon. But, sir, ma'am, as we get ready to transition to the national anthem, how excited are you guys for this annual, biannual event?
Super excited. You know, there's something to be said for our whole nation understanding the patriotism and the service of our folks in uniform. You know, coming out, seeing how our service, the Air Force, fits into the bigger picture, how we fly, fight, and win, how we fix aircraft and fly aircraft and fit into the larger picture of national security. You can see a lot of that in the air show right here. It is absolutely incredible.
And we'd be remiss, we always ask favorite aircraft in the inventory for both of you.
Well, that's a tough one because I've worked on a lot. And I've worked on the F-117, the F-15.
I hear a lot of waffling.
But I will tell you, let me just say this. America's wing across the ramp with the E-3s flying and future air battle management activity, that is America's wing with Colonel Voigt as the commander. I've been a part of that wing a couple times. They are an incredible group of people, and we're super excited to partner with them every day.
All right, I'm expecting a more solid commitment here from you, ma'am.
So my first was a Strike Eagle. It's my first love and my steady love. However, I love all the children equally. So
can't pick a favorite kid.
No,
you know better.
Can't do it. Well, sir, ma'am, we certainly appreciate your time. Enjoy this weekend. Thanks so much for stopping by.
And please tell your airmen thank you so much for the amazing mission that they do every day. Truly incredible what you guys do here.
We absolutely will, and thank you for telling our story. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Brigadier General Brian Moore from the Air Logistics Complex here, the commander, and Colonel Jen Phillips, the commander of the 76th Aircraft Maintenance Group. The Wings of Blue are rolling in, Caitlin, to show center, and the national anthem is coming up soon. I'm excited. I'm excited.
I mean, there's nothing that matches the first day of an air show. There really isn't. It is just an incredible energy out here. The crowd is really just, there's a lot of people, and you see the Wings of Blue there hitting the ground, and the national anthem just moments away, and we will see the first act take to the skies here at the Tinker Air Show 2025. Like you said, it's a beautiful weather. We've got Megan Gold, Channel 9 meteorologist. She'll be back with some special guests here in just a few minutes. You'll see the MV-22 that we have gotten some great ambiance.
Yeah, Marines are here out of Camp Pendleton, California. I'm really excited to see the MV-22 fly. As you see the Wings of Blue there on your screen. They started at the United States Air Force Academy back in 1962. There was 8 of them that started, including Lance Seidgen. He's famous in Air Force circles, as you get a good shot there of the flight line here at Tinker Air Force Base. The crowd's still rolling in, and I was really shocked, and I guess I shouldn't be. I've been here before, but this place gets so packed so quickly. It's going to be so much fun. But the opening ceremonies really are just moments away.
Absolutely. And you see a lot of parachute teams around the nation. But the cool thing about the Wings of Blue from the United States Air Force Academy, you know, their primary mission is actually to teach courses at the Air Force Academy, which is kind of cool. This isn't just a show team. This is an instructional team as well.
Yeah, the basic free fall parachuting course is actually the primary mission of the Wings of Blue. Of course, not only do they have the demonstration team that comes out here to the air shows, but also a competition team that in the NCAA, which is really cool. I didn't even realize that there was such a thing, but that's so cool.
The NCAA, there's a sport for everything.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. As you look at some of the professionals, future Air Force officers there, getting a world-class education at the United States Air Force Academy. And Caitlin, we're going to talk about it throughout the weekend. You mentioned it in the pre-show, but there is a huge recruiting area, and it's not just the Air Force.
Absolutely. We have all 5 services represented, a 19,000 square foot recruiting area here. And we'll actually talk to some Academy grads. We'll talk to some ROTC cadets throughout the weekend, an Air Force recruiter. We'll talk to so many different individuals and their journey, not only to the Air Force, but to different services as well. There are so many ways and paths to service in today's military. So I'm really excited to kind of highlight that. Because with less than 1% of the American public serving today, you know, this is our one opportunity a year to kind of get up close and personal with the community.
Now, over 200 specialties in the Air Force. If you're interested in more about the Air Force, you can log on right now to airforce.com. That's what's great about it. Learn tons of different ways. There's different ways to serve. You don't have to serve active duty. You can be in the National Guard, the Air Force Reserve on a part-time status, just multiple ways. And not only that, you can also be a civilian in the service with the military as well. There's so many different ways as you get a look there at the otter for the Wings of Blue as we get closer and closer to the national anthem, as I see we have more guests heading our way soon as well. So the flying really about to kick off around 11:30, I think, Caitlin. The Osprey will take to the air. So it's a marine variant, and it is literally right, I mean, like
it is
5
probably
feet
50
from us.
feet
I can
from
see
us.
the rotors behind us.
And you see the extra 330, that aerobatic aircraft performing up there with the Wings of Blue as well. Kind of cool, kind of like a double act up there. And we are going to have, like Dan said, special acts throughout the day. Not only here from Tinker, but we might have some air show acts stop by. And we're just going to have a lot of guests in here to show center. We'll be here with you all throughout the day. And of course, up until the Thunderbirds take to the skies.
Yeah, the Thunderbirds will take to the air around 3:30 local time. Of course, you don't want to miss the ground show because the ground show starts at 3 o'clock, and that is a thing of beauty.
I mean, the ground show is really where you get to showcase those 120 different specialties that are on the Thunderbirds team, and where you get to see the backbone of America's Air Force.
Yeah, so as you see the American flag starting to roll in here towards show center, so the crowd really getting warmed up, if you will, and ready for the start of day one of this 2025 Tinker Air Show. This theme is the Warriors of Air and Space. We're going to send it out to show center, though, for the national anthem.
For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave. Sorry about the time. Great. Let's get one more round of applause for today's jumpers. To stay up to date with all things Wings of Blue, follow us on Instagram and Facebook. On behalf of Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan G. Locke Vogey, commander of the 98th Flying Training Squadron, we hope you enjoyed today's demonstration. Thank you, and blue skies.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big shout out to the United States Air Force Wings of Blue! High overhead, Craig Gifford and the Staudacher S-300. Who's circling our jumpers. He's going to be back later on in the show.
Back here at our broadcast position, Dan Hawkins, Megan Gold joining me back on set. Megan, are you having a good time?
Oh my gosh, this is off to an amazing start. So much fun already. The day's just getting started here.
Yeah, so we're delighted now to be joined on the set by the commander of the 72nd Air Base Wing, the mayor of Tinker, if you will, Colonel Cisco Harris, his right-hand man, Chief Master Sergeant Christopher Gradle as well. Gentlemen, how are you?
Hey, doing great. I'll tell you, what a great day. The weather's holding up. We've already seen the wings of blue. We're excited for the Thunderbirds. It's going to be a great day.
I'll lead a team of nearly 3,000 personnel who provide installation support for all of Team Tinker and heavy lift on any day, especially on a day where we have one of these air shows, right? Talk to us a little bit how you're feeling. Is this your very first air show here at Tinker?
It absolutely is, and I'll tell you, so on behalf of the 28,000 men and women who are all work here at Team Tinker, this is the highlight of my career, and I've been in for 28 years. I've been through a lot of things, a lot of places across this globe, 16 different bases, and nothing is better than the community here in Midwest City and what they've been able to do over the last 2 years working in concert with this base. Truly amazing in order to see not only Air Force in action, but Armed Forces. We've got Marines, we've got Coast Guard, we've got Navy, and obviously our sailors here. And you can tell just by looking at the pictures there, everybody's having a blast. Expecting over 200,000 people to be here, and it's a privilege and honor to be able to get out here and just see all the happy kids and faces of the crowd just enjoying their time thus far.
So obviously this is a major undertaking, but can you tell us how Tinker and how its many different organizations with diverse missions fits into the big picture of the Air Force?
Yeah, absolutely, Megan. So for Team Tinker, first of all, we are the home of the Air Force Sustainment Center. So this is the depot. We're the largest depot in the United States Air Force. In fact, the largest buildings in the Department of Defense, 2 of the 3 are right here at Tinker. The only one larger is the Pentagon. So to be able to see this take place here across, you got maintenance, you got logistics, you got supply, contractors, the whole community coming together for this event is monumental. It takes 7 years for us to get the Thunderbirds back here, and we're going to enjoy every single minute of it this weekend. What a great time to be here in Midwest City.
Okay, so I hope it's not just me, but when the MV-22 tilt rollers are going, you can kind of feel that in your chest, right, Jen?
Hey, I'll tell you. So I started off our Air Force as a Case-135 crew chief. So this takes me back to my enlisted days. 28 years ago, when I got a chance to work on some of these aircraft we have out here. So to feel that, we call that the sound of freedom right there. And when you feel the Thunderbirds fly over later on today, that's what we call the sound of freedom. It's great.
Yeah, so, you know, you mentioned how the units here at Tinker kind of fit in, but, you know, it's not only that, it's a huge economic impact to the community, you know, and it's really a family affair here. And you talked about that last night.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So the 77 counties in the state of Oklahoma, 44 of the counties have employees that work here on Tinker Air Force Base. So we're not just a local base, we are a state. Our impact is $7.5 billion. We have 11% increase just over last year. There's a reason why the aerospace industry is the #2 industry in Oklahoma. A lot of it has a large part to do with the men and women at Tinker. And how I like to say is we're a generational base. I often see parents and kids that are working, and that's what they believe as far as our community. It's truly a community affair, and there's no better place to be than Tinker Air Force Base.
And I will say, you know, being at News 9, we kind of have a front row seat to seeing the sources of pride for our state. And one of them really is Tinker. I think it makes Oklahomans so very proud that we have this truly in our back door. You did mention being a member of the local and state community. What does this air show specifically provide for the state of Oklahoma and its communities?
I'll tell you, Meg. So we were just at the Aviators reception last night, and we got a chance to thank, it must have been at least 40 to 45 sponsors who all had a part to do with this. And what I shared with the audience last night was, I've been to 16 different bases. I never seen anything like this, where you have a community that comes together 2 years out and starts to raise money for this event. When I walk out across this air show today, there is nothing more than being here and being a chance to experience from all ages. There's always something to do. It started 2 years ago with the planning and the way that the community has embraced our base. The way, once again, this is a generational base. Okay, there's generations of folks who work here and call Tinker Air Force Base home. That's what makes Tinker special, and that's also the reason why there's many people who come here, they depart, and they come back here all the time, because this is the place to be.
And it is the place to be, as you can see on the screen, and there's a great shot of the MV-22, a combat support and combat assault aircraft for the Marines. I think what makes that aircraft so cool is it could be a helicopter, but also really an aircraft with a prop as well. Like, you could do so much with that darn thing, right? It's crazy.
I'll tell you, so I've deployed quite a bit. I remember being in Iraq, and we see the MB-22s come in. They're usually bringing something that you need. So in order to see all of these aircraft, it brings up a lot of memories. And for those of us in uniform, and also for those of us that have served previously, thank you for serving. This is our time to do a little bit of remembrance and also thankfulness, not only for being in this country, but for this country represents. And like I said, it's a great day, literally, to be in the Midwest city. So thanks to everybody. This is such a great time. And I'll tell you, I couldn't do what I do without my right-hand man, Command Chief. He is the senior enlisted advisor for this entire Air Base wing. And he does more than anybody believes as far as behind the scenes, taking care of our airmen and our civilians and our contractors. So I'm honored. I'm only 3 weeks into this job, but I could not pick a better ringman than Chief Master Sergeant Gradell.
And Chief, I did want to ask because, you know, that is kind of the thing that you don't see, right? If you're off base in Oklahoma, you do see the aircraft flying around the base and all the things, but it takes a village to actually get those things up in the air and do the work, and a lot of those are enlisted airmen. Curious, what made you, Chief, decide to join the Air Force? What was it?
Where they needed to be. And I'll tell you, one night my father had a long talk with me and said, son, I think you need to find another place to live. And I thought, well, that's fine. I'll go and fly planes. I didn't realize at the time that you had to have a college degree. I've since gotten my college degree, but it was the start of a journey, and I appreciate you know, my upbringing and my parents pushing me kind of out of the nest when I needed to really find myself as a young man. And I see so many young enlisted airmen that are coming into our Air Force today that have the same dreams, desires, and goals to try and find themselves and you know, really you know, provide a little support and a little patriotism to this country and keep things moving along the way it should.
And I bet if you had $1 for every time one of those young airmen said, I got inspired to join an air show or join the Air Force because I came to the air show, how many dollars would you have?
Oh my gosh, yeah, I could have retired 20 years ago, to be honest with you. I've been in for 26 years, and I'll tell you, I wouldn't change a moment. What we do every single day and what our enlisted airmen do day in and day out, they're truly the crown jewel of our Air Force.
I do kind of want to touch on the fact that, you know, an air show is the opportunity for the public to come out and get up close and personal, an open house, if you will. You know, we don't have a ton of opportunities unless you do have people in your life that serve or have served, and so a lot of people may not know exactly what goes on at a base like Tinker Air Force Base or with some of the men and women that serve our country. Talk a little bit about that for, you know, people that come out here. I'm sure they leave so very inspired.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll tell you, so Tinker Air Force Base, there's a reason why we're the largest base within the Air Force Sustainment Center. So we've got, like I said, 28,000 men and women who come here every single day in service to our country. Of that, breaking that down, we've got the 552 Air Control Wing, which is our E3. This is our AWACS. They provide command and control. And I'll tell you, just from serving in the Middle East, when we saw the E3, it provided what we needed as far as executing combat operations. So in order, I would say it's an honor to have that aircraft here at Tinker, because once again, it's a source of pride for all Oklahoma residents. Moving on, we've got our sailors. Our sailors are a critical part of our nation's business, and we've got the Stratcom Wing 1 that's here, and they provide basically E6 support, and they communicate to the nuclear submarines. So once again, when we're downrange and we see the E6 out there, we know that it's a source of stability for our armed forces. And then moving on, like I said, we've got the 135 unit, and this is a source of pride for me. As I stated earlier, that was my first aircraft when I came in 28 years ago. I was an aircraft mechanic on these aircraft. So in order to see these aircraft, our reservists that also reside here at Tinker, contributing to that mission, not only to the border support, but also overseas. And obviously, they're often on alert, and they're flying out at minute's notice. But it's such a source of pride for us here at Tinker to see these aircraft here and knowing that they're contributing globally to operations as we see them on the news. And I'll tell you, and there's 43 other mission partners all on this base. So we have a total of about 46 mission partners that call Tinker home. And I've only hit on a couple of them. But we've got Air Force, we've got Marine Corps, we've got Navy, as well as Coast Guard detachments too. So everybody has some type of link in a Tinker Air Force Base. And like I said, as we see this MB-22 right there, if that doesn't get you happy right there and smiling, I'm not sure what is.
Yeah.
Now imagine yourself being downrange and seeing that coming in, and that's bringing some source of either substance or it could even be ammo or food or water in order to feed or in order to clothe our folks downrange. I mean, that's what it's all about as far as wearing this uniform. And we so appreciate the community because it's unlike how it was several years ago in Vietnam. And whenever I see Vietnam vets, I always thank them for the service because I love how we appreciate folks today in our military. And I'll tell you again, being here today, this is truly the highlight of my career. Being able to see the men and women out here enjoying this air show, it's been great.
When I met you last night, you said, hey, I took the job 3 weeks ago. And so I was like, oh, hey, boss, guess what? 3 weeks from now, you're going to host an air show. How's this experience been for you?
Well, I'll tell you, I have to give a huge shout out to my predecessor, Colonel Abby Rashetta. She did a magnificent job preparing this wing, and I'll tell you, at the end of the day, it's about getting the right people together. So Lieutenant Colonel Eric Kring, he's the air show director. I just had the pleasure and honor of presenting him with his 06 Colonel rank. He just made Colonel. So it's great to see great folks getting promotions in our Air Force when we get it right. But one thing I've learned across my nearly 30 years wearing this uniform, it's all about the people. You take care of the people take care of you, and we've got outstanding people here on this base.
And Chief, I think you'd probably agree that the best thing about being in the Air Force is the family that it really is.
Absolutely, and every day I have the pleasure to make sure that families are taken care of, whether it's in the housing or it's in the dormitories. It's a big hallmark of Colonel Harris and I, just getting after a mission and taking care of families every single day.
Well, we know you have a lot to get to as the mayor. I mean, you can't just spend all day with us. We'd love that because you're great. But thanks so much, Colonel Harris, Chief Gradle, for stopping by and enjoy this because, we thank you for your service, but we also know that you're thrilled to have the community out here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, thanks again. This is, like I said, a complete honor. I appreciate you, both of you, doing this. Our communities need to hear this story. You all are taking the time to do this. And I'll tell you, on behalf of this base, this installation, thanks for a job well done.
Thank you, sir. So that was Colonel Harris and Chief Gradle. Man, hey, if you can't get motivated talking to Chief and Colonel Harris, you're not going to get motivated.
I tell you what, this place is run by some unbelievable people. Thank you all. So now it's time to go back to the show and the commemorative Air Force's Red Tail R-51 display here in the skies above Oklahoma City.
So the only thing they weren't able to do from their demo is they weren't able to give us the bow. It's a little too gusty out there for that today to drop the nose. Still so much to come here at the 2025 Tinker Air Show. The KC-46 Pegasus, the newest air refueler in the world, which is maintained right here at Tinker Air Force Base. The C-17 demonstration team from Altus Air Force Base, just down the turnpike. CAF Red Tail, be sure and make it over to check out the Tuskegee Airmen and Red Tail display. Franklin's Flying Circus. Brent Lincoln and her extra 330 is absolutely going to rip up the skies. The T-28s of the Trojan Flyers are going to rip it up. Team Tinker and the E-3 Sentry, the AWACS. Craig Gifford's going to be back in his Staudacher S-300. We're going to show you how pilots start training here in Oklahoma with Team Vance with their trainer flyby. And America's premier jet demonstration pilot, Randy Ball, is going to bring a two-ship of MiG-17 jets to show off here at Show Center here in just a little while. The Wings of Blue will be back. And of course, we're going to cap it all off with the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look down to your right now, taking the active runway, the modern tanker marvel known as the KC-46 Pegasus. KC-46, based off the Boeing 767 airliners, a highly modified for military use. It combines cargo, refueling, medical evacuation roles all into one platform. It has a dual refueling system. So it has a boom in the back, just like the KC-135s you see sitting across the ramp, and that you'll see in our show just in a little while. But there's no boomer laying on the belly of on their belly in the back of the aircraft. It features the Remote Vision System, or RVS, that allows the boom operator to conduct refueling operations from the front of the aircraft, using 3D video and augmented reality. The KC-46 can carry up to 212,000 pounds of fuel. That's more than the entire maximum takeoff weight of a B-17. This aircraft is equipped with armor and infrared countermeasures to protect against surface-to-air threats, making it more survivable in hostile environments. Its primary mission, of course, is air refueling, but the KC-46 can carry up to 114 troops or 58 patients for medevac, or a mixture of both. It has satellite communications and a network system, making it a node in the future battle space communications. Watch, the KC-46 comes down the show line, pulls into the vertical for the tail slide. No, I'm just kidding, it's not gonna do that. I mean, he could do it once. Do anything once. As he does bank in, though, you'll see that boom lower down behind the KC-46. The boom operator up front and that AVS is actually flying that boom. They will control it into the fuel receptacle of most modern aircraft in the United States Air Force. But for aircraft like the MV-22 we just saw, or most helicopters and a lot of allied aircraft, they would use the hose and drogue system. This aircraft is capable of doing both of those things simultaneously. The KC-46 began combat refueling operations in 2022, steadily replacing the older KC-135 fleet. The name Pegasus symbolizes strength and speed of the mythical flying horse, perfect for the modern aerial tanker. It's powered by two Pratt & Whitney 4062 engines with 62,000 pounds of thrust. You see him repositioning out high and to the left. As they come down the runway this time, they're going to show you the landing attitude demonstration. So if you're an aviator out there, or aspiring aviator, this is what we call a touch and go. But if you're an Air Force KC-46 Pegasus pilot, that is called a landing attitude demonstration. The man up here to my right is our air boss, Mr. Brad Klein. He's controlling all the chaos in the skies over Oklahoma City today. All of our air bosses have to be certified masters of the air. Brad is an air traffic controller out of Charlotte, North Carolina. He's not a master. But he does know how to say my name properly now. What we have here at all of our air shows across North America is sterile airspace and an aerobatic box. It's a big invisible space. We keep all the traffic out here. Everything goes through our air boss, Brad Klein. Long gone are the days of barnstorming where pilots just flew around from town to town performing stunts. Our performers do not perform stunts. Everything they do is rehearsed for hours, and they get certifications. They get certified for lower levels all the way down to surface level, and they do thousands of hours before you ever see them perform publicly. Right now, the KC-46 is coming overhead. They're going to do a brake to land right at midfield. Ladies and gentlemen, the KC-46 Pegasus. We're going to recover the KC-46 now. We're going to put some even heavier iron in the sky. This is the demonstration team from Altus Air Force Base for the C-17. The C-17 Globemaster 3, or as it's affectionately known by its crews, the Moose. Will be coming out shortly. You'll see them taxiing out of parking over there across the ramp. We got our KC-46 on final. Once again, I want to take a moment to thank all of the amazing sponsors who helped bring us the 2025 Tinker Air Show. As the KC-46 Pegasus starts its rollout, we want to thank our media partners, Tyler Radio, KOMA, Jake FM, Magic, and KRXO. By Christian Radio statewide network, El Latino American, Oklahoma's largest Hispanic newspaper, Metro Family Magazine, Landmark Outdoor Advertising, Vital Outdoor Advertising, and of course, Tyler Outdoor Advertising. Now on takeoff roll, the KC-135 Strato Tanker. They're going to go out into the hold here in just a moment. The C-17 made its first flight in September of 1991. Since then, the aircraft has set over 30 world records, including payload to altitude, time to climb, and the longest airdrop mission in history. The new age design includes a modern computerized glass cockpit, heads-up displays at both pilot stations, and advanced cargo handling system, allowing it to operate with a crew half the size of similar cargo-carrying aircraft. To start off today's demonstration, the crew will perform a high-speed pass. With the aircraft capable of accelerating to over 350 miles per hour, this pass demonstrates the extremely powerful engines of this magnificent jet. As the C-17 draws in, notice how quiet it is passing over show center. This gives the operators a tactical advantage while flying low over hostile territory and allows for more suitable operations at airfields near heavily populated cities. Ladies and gentlemen, on a high-speed pass, the C-17 Globemaster III. This reliable airlifter combines the intercontinental cargo carrying capabilities of the large aircraft like the C-5 Galaxy with the short field landing potential of the much smaller C-130 Hercules. The C-17 is powered by 4 Pratt & Whitney F-117 engines. These are the same engines that power the Boeing 757. Each engine delivers over 40,000 pounds of thrust. This amount of thrust allows the Globemaster III to carry over 170,000 pounds of cargo. Folks, that's 85 tons. The equivalent of 7 school buses or 1 M1 Abrams tank for an outstanding range of 2,400 nautical miles without even utilizing its air-to-air refueling capability. The aircraft will now perform a slow speed pass at a mere 120 knots. Notice the wing's leading edge slats and large power lift wing flaps. These devices change the shape of the wing and are the key to its low final approach speed, enabling the aircraft to land and stop in very short distances, much like an aircraft of smaller size. With the slow speed pass, here comes the Moose. The C-17 will now maneuver for a circle over the airfield, showing its ability to fly at slow speeds and demonstrate its advanced aerodynamics in action. The aircraft uses a quadruple redundant fly-by-wire system for operation of flight controls. This is combined with 4 separate flight control computers, each capable of controlling the entire system independently. The system is designed to optimize the capabilities of the C-17, yet maintain enough redundancy to protect against a wide variety of failure conditions. Another feature of this amazing flight control system is the aircraft can also be flown in entirely mechanical backup mode, further safeguarding against abnormal situations. As the aircraft approaches, notice the upturned wingtips or winglets. These decrease the aerodynamic drag and increase fuel economy. Now, to give you a better idea of the aircraft's overall size, those winglets are nearly 9 feet tall. As you can see, the C-17 is extremely maneuverable at both high and low speeds, making it easy to operate in any tactical situation. The aircraft can fly anywhere in the world non-stop using its air-to-air refueling capability. Air Force personnel routinely fly 24-hour missions with a single crew. The most basic crew complement required to operate the C-17 is 2 pilots and 1 load master. The heavy-duty landing gear allows it to land on surfaces such as cement, sand, dirt, and
you'll see the C-17 pulling up behind the KC-135. The KC-135
Strato tanker, also from Altus Air Force Base, 97th Air Mobility Wing. The Strato tanker provides core air refueling capability for the United States Air Force and has excelled at this role for over 60 years. It's a unique asset that enhances the Air Force's capability to accomplish its primary mission of global reach. It also provides air refueling support for the Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Allied nation aircraft. The KC-135 is also capable of transporting litter and ambulatory patients using patient support pallets during aeromedical evacuations. Nearly all internal fuel can be pumped through the flying boom of the KC-135's primary transfer method. One crew member, known as the boom operator, is stationed in the rear of the plane and controls the boom during in-flight aerial refueling. You see him circling around to our left now. That KC-135 is a little bit higher than the C-17 that's coming in underneath in the refueling position. Through the years, the KC-135 has been altered to do other jobs, ranging from flying command post support missions to reconnaissance. The RC-135 is used to support special reconnaissance and Air Force material commands. In KC-135As are flown as test programs. The KC-135 also receives depot maintenance right here at Tinker Air Force Base. Here comes the KC-135 Stratotanker and the C-17 Globemaster III down the show line for the mock refueling run. Right now, you see the KC-135 breaking off to your right, the C-17 breaking off to the left. So if you look out to your right, you're going to see kind of a unique optical illusion. You see the C-17 coming in, and it looks like they're going to make it here first. But they're not. That KC-135 that broke out to the right is going to circle back around, and they're going to come in, and they will be in front of the C-17. They're going to do a fly-through, and the C-17 is going to come in to land. There we have it, the KC-135 turning inside of the C-17. You see him gear down, flaps down. Folks, that's about as low as you can go without actually landing. Now, we are going to see a landing that is quite unique. The C-17 coming in for their short field landing. They're going to show off this aircraft's unique ability to land on short fields. And then this massive cargo hauler is going to back up under its own power. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the C-17 Globemaster 3 demo team. All the maneuvers you've seen here today are examples of those flown by the United States Air Force's operational air crews on a regular basis, as they provide highly responsive and flexible airlift capability for us and our allies. On behalf of the men and women of the United States Air Force Air Education and Training Command and Altus Air Force Base, Oklahoma, we thank you for being with us today and hope you enjoyed this brief look at the C-17 Globemaster 3. A true workhorse of the United States Air Force's core airlift and air refueling operations, which will continue to provide rapid global mobility for America today, tomorrow, and well into the 21st century. So at every air show, we have a briefing every morning before the show. Pilots get up early. We all show up without coffee. And I always threaten the pilots that if they don't give me music, I make them fly to Taylor Swift. KC-35 crew didn't give me any music. But to be fair, I did let him fly to Metallica first. Are you having a good time, Oklahoma City? You ready to kick it up a little bit? No? All right. We'll tell Rosie to go back to the hangar. Boss, tell Rosie they don't want to see him. I'm just kidding. We're going to get the C-17 back to parking. We're going to recover that KC-135. And then we're going to get to some aerobatics. Not just any aerobatics. This is a P-51 Mustang. It's a C model. It is the Tuskegee Airman, the Red Tail. It's unique to get to see these aircraft at air shows anymore at all. The fact that we have one here in Oklahoma City that will be doing aerobatics is a rare treat indeed. Now touching down the KC-135 Stratotanker. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the over 8,000 members of the Commemorative Air Force, we are pleased to be with you today and bring the CAF's P-51C Tuskegee Airmen to Tinker Air Force Base. The Commemorative Air Force is the largest flying museum in the world, with over 140 aircraft, mostly World War II vintage, located at more than 100 wings and squadrons across the nation and around the world. The CAF's motto is, "Lest we forget," and these aircraft are used to tell the story of air power in America and the role airplanes have played in keeping America's free. Today we present the P-51C Mustang Tuskegee Airmen. The Red-Tail Mustang P-51C Tuskegee Airmen, piloted today by Doug Rosendahl. Look to your right as Tuskegee Airman repositions and comes back into the aerobatic box. The Tuskegee Airmen were part of a program set up by the United States Army Air Corps in 1941 that was supposed to prove that black men could not fly fighter aircraft. But they could, and they did. And by doing so, they started the process of integration in the United States military. The Mustang is smooth and graceful. Let's listen as the 1,490 horsepower Rolls-Royce Merlin engine comes soaring by. As Doug Rosendahl brings Tuskegee Airmen through the aerobatic box for the 4-point hesitation roll. The U.S. Army Air Corps program to train black men to fly could have been the end of the story, but it became much more than that. This is a story about achieving dreams and working hard and focusing on goals. The airmen set out to prove that they could fly, fight, and win because of the pursuit of perfection. They earned a reputation as skilled aviators and fierce fighters as they escorted the heavy bombers over Europe. One of the things that made them different is that the Tuskegee Airmen exercised discipline and stayed with the bombers while they were protecting. Some fighter groups might run off and chase the enemy fighters in search of kills, but the Tuskegee Airmen did not. They protected the bombers as their primary mission, and the Tuskegee Airmen did that well. Watch here as Doug Rosendahl pulls Tuskegee Airmen up into the sky to complete the Cuban 8. Besides being historic, this airplane is flown to inspire young people to reach for their dreams. Many of the pilots flying in today's show were inspired to fly at an air show like this, and it changed their lives. I would encourage anybody here to go over to the Redtail P-51 Tuskegee Airmen exhibit, Rise Above, over on the ramp, and talk to the crew and experience that amazing traveling museum. The Rise Above Squadron has also developed another unique educational tool that is the traveling exhibit Rise Above. It looks like a colorful semi-trailer, but has expandable sides and becomes a 30-seat movie theater with a 180-degree screen. The original film featured in Rise Above traveling exhibit is about the Tuskegee Airmen, living proof that perseverance, dedication, and patriotism do in fact lead to success. Now, look to your left. Doug Rosendahl brings in the Tuskegee Airmen P-51C. Low and fast, right down the show line. We salute the men and women of all wars that fought so that we can live free. A special salute to our World War II veterans. If you have a parent, grandparent, neighbor, uncle, aunt who served in the Second World War, who stayed home to support the troops, asked them to share their stories of the time when our way of life was threatened and the outcome was certain, was far from certain. They sacrificed and persevered, and they won. And we salute them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Tuskegee Airmen and the photo pass. If you've ever been to an air show before and seen the P-51, what you'll notice is this aircraft does not have the bubble canopy that you're used to seeing. That was the D model of the P-51 that gave pilots a better view of enemy aircraft. The C model still had the slant back on it, which had very little rear view, or their 6 o'clock view for the pilot. So when an airplane got up behind them, it was way harder for them to see. North American Aviation redeveloped that aircraft and gave it the bubble canopy to give pilots more of an advantage in the sky. The P-51 became one of the most iconic aircraft in history.
You're watching the Tinker Air Show live here from Oklahoma City and the Franklin Flying Circus. Just about to take to the skies here now over an excited crowd. Just over an hour into the show, and we hear that parking is at capacity, so probably maybe make plans to come tomorrow. Gates are going to open up at 8 a.m. once again tomorrow, but traffic lines up well in advance. But you can still catch us here on the live show, the live stream on the Tinker Air Force Base Facebook page, also on the Defense Visual Information Distribution Service, and of course our friends at Channel 9 Oklahoma City and Channel 6 in Tulsa. We've got the ambassadors in blue, the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, but I don't want to talk too much about the Air Force because joining us now, however, two of the pilots from the MV-22 Osprey, arguably one of the most interesting machines here at the air show. We have Major John Champagne and Captain Michael Hurley. Thanks so much for stopping by, gentlemen.
Thanks for having us. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit just about the Osprey and what makes it so special.
Yeah, so the Osprey came as a direct result of the failed Iran hostage rescue mission in 1979, and the Department of Defense was looking for a vertical lift assault support platform that could cover long ranges and long distances because of the accidents that happened during that particular operation. And out of that was born the idea of the Bell Boeing XV-15 concept program, and it kind of led into the MV-22 program. And the V-22 is what's called a tilt-rotor aircraft. So it's not a helicopter, it's not an airplane, or you could call it both. You know, it's whatever you want it to be, honestly. But its correct terminology is a tilt-rotor. And that was all kind of the product of a development, very long a road of development because it's such a new technology. Ultimately, the V-22 was fielded in the mid-2000s by the U.S. Marine Corps. The Air Force has a CV-22 variant that they do special operations missions with. And then now the Navy also has a Navy variant to replace the C-2 COD for carrier onboard delivery in the CMV-22. But the Marine Corps has the largest fleet overall. We got about 250 to 300 aircraft in the inventory. And we're from the West Coast at Camp Pendleton. We've got 2 squadrons at Camp Pendleton. We've got 4 at Miramar. And then we've got about 5 on the East Coast, 2 in Hawaii, 2 in Okinawa. And so we're kind of spread out. And the V-22 is kind of the Marine Corps' main effort when it comes to assault support. So long-range infiltration of troops and supplies in battlefield conditions is our main mission. And the Marine Corps defines that as assault support.
So I'm very curious about the process, right? How do you get into this not a airplane, not a helicopter type thing? That's what I'm really curious about. Yeah. How do you transition into that?
Sure, yeah. So the V-22 is its own training platform when you're in flight school. So all naval aviators start out at the same place, the birthplace of naval aviation in Pensacola, Florida. We all start the same as all our Navy brethren, Coast Guard brethren, and other Marines. And then we complete primary flight school in the T-6 Texan. What I went through is the T-34, but now it's the T-6. And when you graduate from that, you select. So you have 4 tracks that you can go down. You can go basically fighter jets. You can go C-130, so heavy lift, helicopters, and then Osprey. And so I selected Osprey. From there, you go to intermediate helicopters. You learn how to fly a helicopter. And then from there, we actually kind of merge with our heavy lift brethren, and we fly the same syllabus that they do for advanced multi-engine. And then we graduate and we get our wings, our naval aviator wings, and then from there we proceed on to V-22 specific training.
So you kind of have to learn how to fly a little bit of everything to be able to fly them.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's because you're flying both regimes, as you guys just saw in the show. It's capable of high-speed flight, but it's also very agile in a hover, and so having those helicopter skills is very important. Interestingly enough, the controls are not set up like a traditional helicopter, whereas a traditional helicopter has a collective that you're kind of pulling on, and you got a cyclic that you kind of adjust your airspeed. We have what's called a thrust control lever, so it's kind of set up more like a T-6 or a fixed-wing airplane. So pushing it in will, cause you to come up when you're in a helicopter mode. And then there's kind of like a middle ground where you're kind of doing both. And then as you're onto the downstops and flying fast, it's flying just like an airplane.
Captain Hurley, being with the Night Riders and from Camp Pendleton, you are used to being around a lot of Marines all the time, but here you're at Tinker Air Force Base performing arguably for a mostly Air Force crowd. What is that like for you guys?
It's been awesome. I've never been to Oklahoma before. This is my first time performing in an air show, so we have definitely enjoyed our time here so far. Everything's been super well set up, and happy to kind of perform and get to meet some other people from different Air Force platforms and the people in Oklahoma. It's been awesome.
Well, one of the major reasons why we do air shows is recruiting, and there is a DoD recruiting booth here, and it's huge. All services are represented. I'm kind of curious about your Marine journeys. How did you guys decide, hey, I think I'll join the Marines?
Yeah, when I was in college, I had some exposure to both Navy and Marine officers, and I had a few mentors who were Marine Corps pilots. One of them was an Osprey pilot back in the day, and I felt like they were a great balance of professionals, were very competent and good at their job, but also just great people and great mentors. So I decided to follow down their footsteps, be like them when I grew up, and it's been awesome ever since.
What about you, Major Champagne?
Yeah, so I come from a Marine family, so I never honestly considered joining any other service.
You never had a choice.
Yeah, I never had a choice, although my brother is in the Air Force, so I will throw that out. My dad still hasn't disowned him or anything, but he, running in the Marine Corps just runs in my family, and so I just never even thought about it going into the Marine Corps. I just knew that this is what I wanted to do, and then the aviation part of it just kind of came a little bit later. I always knew I wanted to fly as well. And fortunately enough, I was able to find a program, it's called the Platoon Leaders class, and they you go to officer candidate school during your summers in college, and then you can, you know, pass a bunch of tests and stuff, and then, you know, have a guaranteed path to being a pilot. So that's what I ended up doing, and it worked out.
You know, a lot of pilots in the Air Force end up going to service academies, but both of you went to basically civilian colleges, am I right?
I went to the Naval Academy.
Okay, so you are a service academy grad.
I went to San Diego State University.
Shout out San Diego State University. I will actually be visiting San Diego State with my son next year.
Nice.
So there we go. Who also wants to be a naval aviator, but we don't talk about that a lot. So very cool kind of journey to joining the Marine Corps for you guys. What's kind of next for you as you leave here in Oklahoma?
So for us, our squadron actually just got back from deployment to the Horn of Africa, and so we've been back since December. So our squadron is just kind of in a rest and refit period right now. We're just you know, back home at Camp Pendleton, and we're gaining new people every week, and we're just training for the next deployment, which is somewhere on the horizon.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious too, you know, again, circling a little bit back to the recruiting, but can you talk about what it means to be a Marine and Semper Fidelis and everything that associates with the Marine? I think some people who might see commercials may, you know, everybody perceives things to be the way they perceive them to be, but in your opinion or your, you know, from a mindset perspective, what is it like to be a Marine? What does it mean to you?
Well, outside of, like, you know, the tough physical standards and just the beatdowns that occur all the time, being a Marine is awesome. You know, high esprit de corps. You know, the path to becoming a Marine, the boot camp is the longest. For even us aviators and even lawyers in the Marine Corps, for us officers, we have to go through a 6-month, it's called the basic school. And so we're right there alongside with our infantry ground side, and we learn how to do ground tactics before we ever touch an airplane. And it kind of gives us as Marine aviators a different understanding of what the guy on the ground's going through, because we kind of got to experience it ourselves for 6 months prior to touching an airplane. So you have to, like, really want to be a Marine before they'll ever let you touch a plane. And I think that's maybe one of the biggest inherent differences between us and the other services, is that a lot of guys expressly only want to fly. And there's nothing wrong with that, but in the Marine Corps, they kind of expect you to have, you know, be pulled both ways when it comes to the ground side as well as aviation.
And I would probably just add that regardless of if you're a pilot or you work in some administrative job, everybody has a duty to kind of uphold the precedent set by Marines that came before us. And one thing that the Marine Corps does super well is celebrate our heritage and our history. And so that's something that I find uniquely challenging, unlike anything that I've done before, is keeping that in mind to live up to the legacy of Marines and Marine pilots that came before us.
Yeah, I'm very curious. You're a former midshipman, obviously, but when do you make that decision, like, I'm going to be a naval officer or I'm going to be a Marine officer?
Yeah, so the Marine Corps and the Navy, both part of the Department of the Navy, obviously. So after your junior year at the Naval Academy, you do your last summer trainings in between the academic year, and then you get back for your senior year and you put in your preferences. So hopefully by that time you've got your mind made up. And I was pretty confident that I knew what I wanted to do, and I would definitely do it again.
Yeah, definitely. My little sister at Annapolis right now, so she will be going into her summer or her senior year this year. So we know how difficult that is, and she has a bunch of decisions to make. She hasn't told any of us, but we'll see what she decides. Yeah, definitely a difficult road. So thank you so much for sharing your personal experience. And we talk about Marines and just the legacy and the history behind, and it's definitely one of the highlights to see the Osprey. And we saw you guys this morning in full
I was
effect.
sitting here, and you're like literally right there, and all 4 of us that were on set at the time, Caitlin was actually off the set at the moment, but like we felt it like in the middle of our chests. That was unique. That was so cool. Talk about, I'm just curious, like how fun your job really is. I mean, they got to pay you to do this, right?
Oh yeah, flying the Osprey, you know, I've been flying the Osprey for about 12 years now, and it never gets old. It's just such a unique plane. The things you could do with it, it's just amazing. Yeah.
What do you think of what Kyle Franklin's doing up there?
So we were talking to him a little bit. Yeah, he is truly a madman.
We said that yesterday too. We were like, oh my gosh, does he mean to do that?
Yeah, he really does look like a drunk pilot out there.
A third-generation family affair there for Kyle Franklin, as you see him there on your screen. And gentlemen, we certainly appreciate your service. And you know, what do you think? You got 20 years in you? Is this a long? You're in it for the long haul?
He's probably a question mark. I'm kind of there. I'm at 14 and a half, so I'm just probably gonna go.
All right, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the time I get done at the squadron, I'll be at about halfway. So I'm enjoying it so far. So we'll see.
That's what I always said. You know, I'll get out when it stops being fun, and it hasn't stopped being fun yet. So
Perfect.
yeah, you kind of gotta ride it until it does.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for stopping by, and thank you so much for your service and what you guys do.
Yeah,
Thank you for having us.
And we'll take it back to the action on the flight line here at the 2025 Tinker Air Show and Franklin's Flying Circus.
For his father, Jimmy. At 19, the Daredevil upped the ante. Kyle became the world's first jet wing walker in the infamous Jet Walko. And the transferee in the world's only motorcycle to airplane transfer. In addition to crawling out of the cockpit and dangling from the planes, he started his piloting career performing in air shows at the age of 21. He grew up watching his father not only perfect the art of aerobatics, but inspire and alter the industry by providing entertainment the likes of which the world had never seen. The Franklins became known for extraordinary, spectacular aerobatic performances, complete with costumes and elaborate backstories. Kyle's continued the legacy of developing amazing acts as he continues to forge forward by constructing astonishing performances and amazing airshow fans all across the country. He'd like to thank a few of the folks that make it possible for him to bring Franklin's Flying Circus around the country. Aircraft Specialty Services and Camp Guard, Univair, Tulsa Aircraft Engines, Apogee Investments, McFarland and CJ Aviation, B&C Specialty Products and Airflow Performance, Wheelan Engineering Lighting, Pacific Oil Cooler, Champion Aerospace, Concord Batteries, Cleveland Wheels and Brakes, David Clark Headsets, Goodyear Tires, Oregon Aero, Aircraft Spruce, Hooker Harness, Softy Parachute. For more information on Kyle Franklin and his aircraft or his family, please visit FranklinAirshow.com and find him on Facebook at Franklin's Flying Circus. And folks, that is not a prescribed three-point landing. And no, it doesn't damage the aircraft. He's been doing this since he was a kid, and it's taken him thousands of hours to perfect this landing technique. In fact, at an air show, his wheel once fell off the plane right after takeoff, and he landed it just like that. Watch the exit here, ladies and gentlemen, as Kyle turns the aircraft around. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Kyle and Liz Franklin of Franklin's Flying Circus. Once again, I want to thank some more of the folks, and we have a bunch of community partners that made the 2025 Tinker Air Show possible. And we want to thank Boeing. You can find Boeing in the main vendor hangar, and be sure to go check them out. We want to thank OG&E. OG&E is the presenting fuel sponsor. We also want to thank ASAP Energy, UPT, United Petroleum Transport, Oklahoma Department of Aeronautics and Aerospace, be sure and swing through the OG&E MB&A Thunderbolt experience on the flight line and get a unique photo opportunity and check out the amazing interactive stations, all centered around the amazing NBA champion Oklahoma City Thunder. We also want to thank Warfeather, Field Aerospace, Kratos, Visit Shawnee, Blue Peak Fiber Internet, Rose State College, Mid-Dell Technology Center, A&T Mechanical, Tommy's Express Car Wash, Mathis Outlet at Mathis Brothers, Technogena, and Corey's Audio Visual. We also want to thank the Oklahoma Department of Commerce, Post Oak Toyota.
So I would say it happened for me one of my first shows as number 7, walking into our ops briefing room building, and there was a gentleman, police officer. He was kind of supplement security team to help with just air show security that weekend. And he was kind of guarding the door, just kind of doing his patrol. And you know, it was the morning, so I had a coffee in my hand. I was like, well, I'll just stop by, say hi, a couple minutes. Like, that's in fact why we're there, is just to, like, you know, integrate, immerse ourselves, meet with the locals. So we were having a chat and talking about it. And he's like, hey, we're super excited the Thunderbirds are here. Like, really looking forward to air show. And you know, the conversation started off like very just superficial, top level, like weather, how long are you guys in town for, where's your next show? But then just, you know, a couple minutes, 5-10 minutes later, we started talking. I was like, hey, do you have any family coming out? Because I was like, I'd love to like give you guys some tickets if you want to have them come out to the show. And he was like, actually, like my wife and little kid. And I was like, oh, sweet, kid, like automatic, cool. Hey, here's some pins and stickers. So I reached in my show fly bag, gave him the pins, and then, you know, nice greeting, said goodbye, and then went up to the briefing room to get ready for the day. Didn't really think much of it, like other than, hey, that was a cool conversation with the police officer, and then went on with my day. Fast forward now to Sunday at the air show. I'm in the autograph line, signing brochures, and all of a sudden, like the adults the sea of adults parts, and there's a little guy standing there, and I notice he has a Thunderbird pin. And I was like, no way. And then there's a lady standing behind him, and she's like, Flash, this is Timmy, because the gentleman I was talking to, the police officer, he had mentioned his son's name was Timmy, and he had the Thunderbird pin that I gave his dad. And so I was like, cool. I just like Heisman to everybody else. I was like, Timmy, come here, buddy. You know, so I kneeled down, you know, gave him a high five, asked him how his day was doing, how he liked the show. And then I was like, hey, do you have a brochure? Would you like me to sign it? And so I signed that. I think I signed a hat for him too. And we were just chatting it up, you know, kind of just the world stopped, because I was like, oh, dude, this is the kid's or the guy's son that, you know, I was talking to. And I was like, sweet, definitely just want to dedicate some time to him. So we had a nice interaction, said hi to mom. And then, you know, they disappeared into the sea of crowd, kept signing autographs and brochures. And that was what I thought was the end of it. Well, now as we are the next day getting ready to depart, leaving McCord, I see his dad. I was like, hey, sir. I was like, good to see you. I was like, yeah, I ran into your son, Timmy. And there's something different about him. And he was very just kind of somber, but not in like a bad way. And he was like, Lieutenant Colonel White, I just want to talk to you for a sec. I was like, yeah, what's up, buddy? He's like, I just want you to know that, like, that was amazing what you did yesterday. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, you just took the time to talk to my son. Timmy. I was like, oh, that's why we're here. Recruit, retain, inspire. That's what it's about. And he's like, no. He's like, you don't understand. He's like, my son, he's like, you know, he's on the spectrum. He just loves Air Force jets, anything fast. And he's like, the fact that you took the time just to like kneel down, spend some time, acknowledge him. He's like, he hasn't stopped talking about that interaction. I was like, fantastic. I was like, that's super humbling to hear. I was like, thank you so much. He's like, no, honestly, he's like, I want you to have this. And he hands me his knife that he has had ever since like day one on the workforce. I was like, sir, absolutely, I cannot do this. He's like, Flash, he's like, you took care of the most important thing to me in my life. He's like, this is the least I can do to say thank you. And so he handed me that knife, and I forever have it. It's sitting on my pedestal in my wardrobe on the shelf there, and that's what I look at every time going in to like get dressed for work, just as a reminder, like that's why we do this, is to have impact like that. Something as it's going on, it maybe seemed like a 10-minute conversation, a quick 5-minute conversation with a little kiddo, but it's much more than that. It's a lasting impact. It's inspiring, and that's why we're doing what we do.
The number of enemy aircraft are incredibly overwhelming.
Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, Kenneth Taylor and George Welch were just returning from an all-night dinner, dance, and poker party. These brave pilots, still in their formal dress clothes, raced to a couple of B-40 Warhawks, got them fueled and armed, and took off. They quickly found themselves in the middle of a real battle. These two pilots caught up with the Japanese close to Pearl Harbor and Hickam Field and engaged the Zeros, valves, and gates with rounds from their 30 caliber machine guns. However, they quickly ran out of ammunition. Luckily, they were able to land at Wheeler Field, which is near the center of the island. They refueled and reloaded with 30 and 50 caliber ammo and took off once again to fight the Japanese.
The two pilots are credited with downing a total of 6 Japanese warplanes before their own planes were disabled. Both pilots received a Distinguished Service Cross for their actions that infamous day. A total of 502 U.S. warplanes were on the ground at the beginning of the attack. Sadly, 188 were destroyed, 159 damaged, and just 155 of our aircraft lay on the ground in various stages of disrepair. The first wave of 189 Japanese Zeros, valves, and gates hammered Hawaii for almost an hour. Then came the second wave of an additional 171 aircraft to continue the strafing, bombing, and dropping of torpedoes for yet another 70 minutes. Yes, that's a total of 360 enemy warplanes. As the attack proceeded at Pearl Harbor and Hickam Field, the devastation was horrifying. On the eastern edge of Ford Island, in the center of the harbor, 9 battleships lay at berth. The California, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Tennessee, Maryland, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Utah, and the Arizona. Luckily at the time, our 3 Pacific aircraft carriers were out at sea. First, the Japanese hit with Kate torpedo bombers. The initial wave of Kates hit 5 of our battleships: the Oklahoma, California, Nevada, West Virginia, and the Utah. These Kates were specially equipped with shallow running torpedoes, specifically designed for the attack on Pearl Harbor. You see, the shallow waters at Pearl Harbor would not allow the use of normal deep running torpedoes, which leaves no question that this was a well thought out plan and not a surprise attack.
Then came the Val dive bombers, armed with 1,700,000 pounds of armor-busting projectiles, originally made for 16-inch battleship guns, but converted to aerial bombs. These planes dived down on the Nevada and Arizona. Anti-aircraft fire veered the valves away from the Nevada on the first wave, but unfortunately the Arizona was not that lucky. A bomb from a Kate torpedo bomber stabbed the Arizona through her forward magazine and exploded, touching off more than 1 million pounds of gunpowder. Sailors on the Nevada watched in horror as the Arizona jumped 20 feet into the air and broke into 2 pieces, forever entrapping 1,178 American servicemen in an underwater tomb. The ship sank in less than 3 minutes. And still today, she remains at the bottom of the harbor in a watery grave, crying black tears as a reminder to all those who lost their lives that infamous day.
At Marine Corps Air Station Iwa, Private First Class Melvin Thompson was on guard duty when 9 Zeros attacked the base. He stepped out of his guard shack, he drew his .45 caliber pistol and began firing on the enemy planes. A Japanese pilot, Yoshio Shiga, saw Thompson firing back at them. Years later, Shiga remembered Thompson's tenacity and fighting spirit, describing the lone Marine as the bravest American I've ever seen.
All over the island, soldiers were bringing their weapons to bear in the fight. Anything they could get working. Their .45 caliber pistols or Springfield rifles. And in some cases, our soldiers were able to get 30 and 50 caliber belt-fed machine guns into action, bringing down numerous marauding Japanese Zeros, valves, and gates. Meanwhile, at Bellows Airfield on the northeastern coast of the island, more U.S. Army pilots were racing to their P-40s. Unfortunately, Japanese Zeros appeared at the same time and started strafing runs. One P-40 pilot was killed as he stepped into his cockpit. 2 other P-40s were shot down just as they got off the ground.
Right there front and center is our Kate torpedo bomber. The flight of 12 B-17s coming from the mainland finally arrived and were immediately attacked by the Zeros. Unfortunately, in all the confusion, the B-17s were shot at by friend and foe. The frightened crews landed wherever they could, one of them in a pineapple field not far from Hickam Field. A B-17 pilot, Major Landon, said trying to land What a hell of a way to enter a war. Out of gas, unarmed, and no place to land. Amazingly though, 8 of those B-17s actually made it to Hickam Field. At the conclusion of the surprise Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, more than half of America's entire naval fleet had been destroyed or damaged. Nearly 2,400 Americans were killed, over 1,200 wounded, and at the time, 960 people were missing. 188 aircraft destroyed, 159 damaged. Just 155 of our aircraft were left on the ground. 2 battleships were destroyed, 3 light cruisers, 3 destroyers, and a total of 6 battleships were damaged. Our greatest naval base lay in ruins, along with our complacency. The following day, December 8, 1941, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt announced our entry into World War II with these words to Congress: the citizens of the world, our United States, and the citizens of the United States and the world.
In the 44 months of fighting that followed, the United States sank every one of the Japanese aircraft carriers, battleships, and cruisers that were part of the Pearl Harbor Task Force. Nagasaki, the city where the special armor-busting bombs were made, was destroyed by a U.S. atomic bomb on August 9th of 1945. And when, less than a month later, the Japanese surrender document was signed on September 2nd, among the U.S. warships present in Tokyo Bay was our battleship, the West Virginia. Would you please bow your head in a moment with me for a moment of silence in memory of all those who lost their lives that infamous day.
Started. We do not mean to glorify war by this demonstration. We simply honor a time when our nation was strong and united, patriotic. In the 3.5 years after this attack, we, the people of the United States, grew stronger by putting 16 million men in uniform, built 100,000 fighter aircraft, 98,000 bombers, 24,000 transport planes, 58,000 trainers, 22 aircraft carriers, over 1,000 other floating ships, from battleships to submarines, and countless of thousands of ground vehicles. The United States of America's dedication led to the surrender not only of Japan, but Nazi Germany as well, giving peace and freedom to the entire world. We do this in appreciation of that dedication, determination, and effort, and extend our appreciation to the men and women fighting for our freedom today. We salute them all, past, present, and future. What'd you think of the Wall of Fire? Pretty awesome, huh?
The Wall of Fire presented by the Tora Bomb Squad, led by Dave West and Zach Stowe, and his team from all across the United States.
Ben West and his son Caleb West, his sister Martha West Bosworth, Mitchie Ryan, Jim Cool, Mike Honeysett, Tim Wright, Jerry Hammond, Victoria Harrington, Carrie Dougherty, Sophie Say, and John Blevins. Let's give them another round of applause. They've been out there since 5 o'clock this morning. All right, so let me introduce our pilots to you. So incoming from your left over here is our K313 with Daniel Rathmanson from Midland, Texas, and his backseat pilot in training, Brady Ornette from Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Texas, Miles Turner with Ethan Green behind him.
So here, right up here is our 313 with Taylor Stevenson from Dallas, Texas, and Joe Savage from Titusville, Florida.
12, Dan.
0113 with Mike Anderson from Muskogee, Oklahoma. Yeah, Oklahoma boy, huh? Second generation tour pilot in 111 is Patrick Hutchinson from Bio Vista. And right here in front of you is my husband, Chris Walker from Palestine, Texas, and our P-36 replica. All right, let's get them a round of applause, huh? Fantastic. Air shows showcase our military forces. It's also an excellent opportunity to highlight the city, Midwest City, and surrounding areas, the airport, as well as Tinker Air Force Base. It's a chance to promote community relations, which is so vital and important for continued success. But more than anything, it's a chance to give you a glimpse into the extraordinary capabilities of our nation's people and equipment. With our little history lesson here, TOR's purpose is to highlight the advancement of our military capabilities from the 1940s to what you see here today with modern military aircraft. December 7th, 1941 was a pivotal moment in world history. Europe had already been on fire for 2 years, and despite the best efforts of some incredibly sharp people, we did not have the most professional and powerful military. Because of that lack of foresight, planning, and commitment, the sons and daughters of this nation paid a terrible price.
Whether it's the B-1 or B-52, no doubt both aircraft mean serious business in the sky, but neither would be airborne today without the hard-working mechanics of the Oklahoma City Air Logistics Complex.
It is a very effective tool on the battlefield.
Josiah Morgan's team focuses on the B-1's electrical system, while dozens of others perform various maintenance tasks inside the hangar. It all happens at the same time.
We go through a series of TCTOs, which essentially make the plane safe whenever it's been worn. We go through a set of TCTOs to make the plane compliant with FAA regulations, with radios and things of that nature.
The same rigorous inspection and repair is also underway on this B-52.
When an aircraft lands here, we are taking pretty much everything that can be taken off.
Mechanic Rebecca Andrus takes her work very seriously. She understands what exactly is on the line.
They can't pull over in the sky if they have a flat tire or a flap or aileron's not working. They have to have faith in us mechanics to make sure that we're doing our job to the best of our ability.
While these two aircraft differ, much remains the same among Tinker mechanics. There is a pride in sustainment to ensure the warfighter is and will always be ready for the foreseeable future.
You serve your country by coming to work and just doing the little bitty things.
On the U.S. Advanced Team. And if you want to learn more about the U.S. Advanced Team or the International Aerobatics Committee, go to IAC.org. And check them out. You're about to see something you won't see anywhere else. This young lady's about to rip up the skies over Oklahoma. We'll tell you a little bit about this young lady before she comes out. She was born on a ranch in Montana. She's a fourth-generation aviator. Her great-grandfather, grandfather were both crop dusters. Her grandfather took her for her first airplane ride in a Cessna 180 when she was 6 days old. Her grandfather taught her to fly on a grass strip in front of their house. She earned her pilot's license in 2017 and went on to obtain her instrument commercial multi-engine commercial seaplane rating, and over the course of 1 year. She flies professionally and is rated to fly several large aircraft. She began her aerobatic training and competing in California in 2019. She has competed in over 20 aerobatic contests and won 17. She's the 2023 U.S. National Advanced Aerobatic Champion. She's the first female to win the advanced category in more than 30 years. She's a member of the U.S. Advanced Aerobatic Team, the only female on the U.S. Advanced Team, and the first female in 15 years to compete for the United States at the World Advanced Aerobatic Championships. At her first world level competition, she was the highest scoring American pilot, placing 7th out of 50. And these are the best pilots around the world. That year, Team USA brought home 3rd place overall. She's currently training with Team USA to compete in the World Advanced Aerobatic Championships this September in Hungary. She loves flying air shows and is excited to share her passion of aviation with others. She's now out of the runway, ladies and gentlemen. You'll see that small monoplane, the Extra 330, piloted by Britt Lincoln. Ladies and gentlemen, make your way to the crowd line. Britt would like to give a big thank you to her sponsor, Champion Aerospace. Champion Aerospace puts spark in Britt's Extra 330 SC. With their slick magnetos and spark plug, Britt uses only the best in her aircraft. Champion is the industry's gold standard for reciprocating engines and piston ignition. Ladies and gentlemen, now on takeoff roll, Britt Lincoln and the Extra 330 SC. Right now, Britt's climbing up to altitude. She does what's called an air star, which means she's going to climb up and dive into the aerobatic box. Once again, if you're interested in aerobatics and want to be a part of the amazing community, please join the International Aerobatic Club. You can visit www.iac.org or connect with pilots and enthusiasts at iac.org. Once again, iac.org. You can hear that Extra 330 SC winding up there. Once again, this is why our aerobatic performers use smoke oil, because it's real easy to lose them. I can't find her right now. All right, she's high and to our right. You see the flash off of her wingtips right there. Going through all of her systems checks. She's ready to go. Hang on, Oklahoma City, here she comes. Now entering on the knife edge, ladies and gentlemen, Britt Lincoln and the Extra 330 SC. Watch, she pulls up into the vertical, does 4.5 rolls on the upline. Pulling back over the top. You're gonna see our aerobatic performers, when they climb up, they're gonna fly a half pipe routine. And then she enters the inverted flat spin. This is a maneuver that at one time was considered unrecoverable. Once you were in, there was no way out. But our modern aerobatic planes can handle it with no problem at all, as Britt Lincoln pulls out of the inverted flat spin. Now she's gonna go back up with 3.5 turns into the half Cuban with 2.5 rolls on the 45-degree down line. Here she goes. Back wings level. So you know she pulls up into the vertical after each maneuver. It's not just because she likes being up there. This is purely strategic. She pushes over the top. Now she's gonna trade that altitude for airspeed coming down on the 45, snaps the aircraft. Hang on, ladies and gentlemen, she's just getting warmed up. Watch, she pulls up one more time. She's gonna stand on the rudder pedal when she gets to the top. Here it comes. Britt Lincoln, the Extra 330 and the hammerhead turnaround. Watch those outside snap rolls on the down line. Pulls up into the 45. She's gonna go opposite roll into the tumble. Tail over prop, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Watch, she comes down the 45, pulling about 4.5, 5 Gs right there. Here she comes rolling through the aerobatic box, precision point rolls to the left and right. Now she's inverted. This is why she is an aerobatic champion. Back up into the vertical. Like a rocket is Britt Lincoln coming to us from Montana. Over the top, hanging off the harness. What a ride. Once again, I encourage you, if you have an opportunity to meet with this amazing aviator and listen to her aviation story, she just slides back down. Punishing that extra through the skies. Precision 4-point hesitation roll into the fast roll. Watch, she pulls up over the top. Little hesitation on the 45, spin it around. Another hard pull back to this side, straight up into the vertical. Using the wind to her advantage as she breaks the extra over the top. Now snapping on the down line once again. Who wants to go for a ride with Britt Lincoln? Let me hear you, Oklahoma City! Don't have a big lunch before that. She's pulling up to 9 Gs. That's 9 times the force of gravity, slamming her down into that cockpit. She'll pull as many as 6 negative Gs, trying to throw her out of the cockpit. She's strapped in good and tight. Back up into the vertical. Repositioning the extra. Snaps to the down line. Here she comes. Watch as Britt brings that extra 330 up to the top of the loop. That's 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the triple avalanche. Watch, she does the knife edge spin on the upline in the extra 330. Coming down on the knife edge. Every time you see that extra drop out of the bottom of that dive, that is just 8 times, up to 9 times the force of gravity slamming her down, pressing on her body, just stay in amazing shape to keep up with this aircraft and the maneuvers that she does. Ladies and gentlemen, get those cameras ready. Britt Lincoln is about to bring her extra 330 down the show line for a photo pass. This hot rod aerobatic machine is powered by an AIO Lycoming 580, producing 340 to 350 horsepower. Here she comes over your left shoulder, ladies and gentlemen, Britt Lincoln. One more time, diving in from the right, just in case you missed it the first time. Coming through on the knife edge.
Back in here at Tinker Air Show, day one of this 2025 Tinker Air Show. Dan Hawkins, Caitlin Jones-Martin, delighted to be joined by, just a couple of special guests here with us. Master Sergeant Ashley Taylor, she's the Public Affairs Superintendent for the Thunderbirds, and Technical Sergeant Wyatt Bacus, he works in Quality Assurance. How are you guys?
Good. Thank you for having us.
Doing great. Thank you.
Yeah. So obviously a lot going on. We take a lot of time out of your day to do these kinds of things, but I'd love to start with this. Tell us just a little bit about yourself, how long you've been in the Air Force and with the Thunderbirds.
Sure, I'll go first. I'm Master Sergeant Ashley Taylor. I have been in the Air Force now for 14 years. I'm from Junction City, Kansas, and this is my first year being on the team.
Sweet. As for myself, I'm from Oakdale, California. I've been with the Thunderbirds for about 1.5 years now. I've been in the Air Force a total about 8.5, so coming up on 9.
Okay, so you're out on the road every weekend, and we're getting a couple hours from the headline act. But tell us just a little bit about what a day in the life for the Thunderbirds is like when you're on the road here in Oklahoma City.
Sure. So we typically arrive on a Thursday, and it's really interesting because the team will come together. We'll all meet up and kind of know what we need to know about the show site, and then we all scatter. And everybody knows exactly what they need to do to get ready for the air show weekend. And then Fridays, that's our practice day. So we usually do 2 demonstrations, but also that's our day to go out within the community. And we do really awesome things, such as we went to the Children's Hospital here in Oklahoma City. We also did an OU school visit, and then we met with some Special Olympics and Make-A-Wish children as well, which was really fun. And then the community of the Tinker area, they ended up doing a really nice reception for us yesterday. And so the team gets to mingle and kind of show our face in the community, and that's really what we love the most, to get after our recruit, retain, and inspire mission.
It really is a well-oiled machine when you see the Thunderbirds out on the road. So speaking of well-oiled machines, I know exactly what we do as public affairs in the Air Force, but Tech Sergeant, tell me a little bit about what you do as quality assurance.
Yeah, 100%. So as quality assurance, it is my job to make sure that our maintenance practices, our processes, and all of our documentation is up to par with the standards set forth by the Air Force. A big difference in between QA in a normal unit versus QA on the Thunderbirds is everybody steps up to the plate, no matter what the task is, right? So you wear a lot of different hats from any day to day. But for us, a big thing is interpreting data that we get from the team and how to implement better processes moving forward. So that's by far my favorite part about being QA. As a crew chief my entire life on 16, so coming to the team and being able to step and wear that other hat and kind of see full perspective what ops does, what PA, what everybody does to bring to the table. And if we can do that safely and effectively, then we're putting on a good show.
Yeah, and so, you talked, Ashley, about the opportunity to get out in the community, and that's one of the primary reasons why the Thunderbirds exist, that recruiting and inspire, like you talked about. Can you talk about that and why that's so important for the Air Force?
Sure. So as we're getting more into the way that the world is, less and less people are understanding what the military is about. And we're finding that less people actually have a tie to the military. So for some people, this is the first time they've ever seen the military. And it's really interesting being on the Thunderbirds. We're 135 airmen, 31 different AFSCs. And what we do is we show people that this is what it comes together, what a team looks like when we come together from all different backgrounds. We're from all over the United States and then the territories, and just we put all of that aside to put on the best show we can for the communities that we're within.
So, yeah, you talk about how, America, less than 1% of Americans are currently serving in our military today. But you guys have probably gotten a lot more visible in the last few weeks due to that Netflix documentary, Air Force Elite Thunderbirds. Absolutely an incredible, incredible documentary. If you haven't seen it, you got to go check it out. After you watch our live stream, of course. Definitely go check it out on Netflix. What has the energy shift been like over the last few weeks for you guys on the team? Have you noticed a difference?
I have seen a little bit of a difference in maintenance. It's more of like a pep in their step type of thing, Not all the time do we get that FaceTime. Most of the time people see us at the air show, they hear about us from a family friend, but to actually have the opportunity to see into what it takes to put one of these on, it's not just showing up and flying, it's, months, years of practice, everything, preparation that leads up into a great air show, and getting to see that other side of things, the maintenance on the flight line and how we have to operate in locations where they might not have 16 support, and how we make it happen on a daily basis. So it was really cool.
Yes, and then from the public affairs standpoint, my inbox has just been full, nonstop. So if you've sent an email, I'm so sorry. I'm getting to it, I promise. But it's really awesome that so many people are interested, and there's a lot of people that will come up to us and say, we really loved it. We had no idea that this is what you all put into it. And every day we get to see the fruits of our labor, but for other people to experience that, I think that makes it even more special.
Yeah, talk about the opportunity for, even all the crew to be out in the public and engaged, especially after that documentary. You talked about the pep in the step, but, I'm just real curious into, how the daily interactions you have with the community really inspires you guys every day to go up and put the best possible performance in the air.
Well, I definitely think the best part of my day is just seeing all of the different ages that we can go ahead and connect with, because it's not just children that we're looking to connect with, it's older age groups. So many people come and it's weird because we're just regular people, right? But they look at us differently, and that means that we don't necessarily feel like we deserve that, but we know that we put in a lot of hard work to be here. So just trying to show people, like, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for welcoming us, but really we're here doing the best we can with what we have, and we're just hoping to inspire you along the way. So I love meeting anybody who's willing to talk to us. It's the best part of my day, so that's my favorite part.
Big thing that I'll add too is the veteran community. When they do bring their families to the air shows, right, they want to be proud of the Air Force, and if we can put on a great show that surprises them, even if they've been around aircraft for 20, 30 years, that's what I take pride in the mostly, is providing a safe show, but also the awe-inspiring maneuvers and everything that takes place. It really inspires the next generation, but it also keeps the veterans, happy. Good to see that the Air Force is still killing it,
All right, so one of the questions I do get asked a lot, because I come and do a lot of air shows, is they see the handshakes and the waves and all that stuff when the pilots taxi out. Is there a secret sauce to that? Is there a personalized aspect to that? People have been asking me, so I want to ask you, what's behind all that?
Yeah, so in the beginning of the season, right before we go to winter training, the pilots will have an opportunity. We call it Thunderama. It's where we have our little unprofessional all-calls, I guess you'd call them. But they get the opportunity to really introduce themselves to the team, show us what their call signs are going to be, all their like their hands, their shakes. We call them shake and bakes. Okay. So they'll show us all, and then it's on us to remember from that point. And then every time we see them, make sure that we, introduce ourselves correctly by their call signs and everything that they got going on. So it's interesting, It's not like any other unit. You rarely ever get to spend time with your pilots, but here we travel 200+ days a year, so you get to know them.
There really is a lot of camaraderie and professionalism behind that patch, and I think Dan got to experience it earlier. We were kind of out walking around, and I don't know if you noticed, but on the side of Dan's polo, he actually has your patch here, and nice. People were coming up to him and talking to him, and he was like, is it the patch? Because
yeah, I was like,
people
whoa.
Don't come up to Dan. He doesn't
No.
have one of those approachable faces, and I was like, it's definitely the patch, Dan.
It was like,
it's a
I
magnet.
got done talking to one person and then another person, and I was like, not actually on the Thunderbirds, but a small glimpse into your guys' life. So we really appreciate what you guys do, and thank you so much for spending some time with us today. I know you guys are super busy. Where to next? I'm just curious.
So we will head back home to Las Vegas over the next few days, and then we'll be heading to Battle Creek, Michigan.
That is a very cool show. I know you guys look forward to that every year. Maybe some cooler weather up there in Michigan, but the breeze is still continuing here over at Tinker Air Force Base here at Tinker Air Show 2025. I think we were talking about 3 gates having been closed here at the Tinker Air Show. There still is walk-in gates available here. If you're getting in your car, you want to still come out and see the show. You want to see those Thunderbirds. They're going to be taking off around 1500. That's 3 p.m. for you civilians out there. So you can definitely still walk in, but it's what gates are?
Ruskesee, Liberator, and Lancer are all closed. You can still come in if you're a DOD ID card holder at the main gate, the air depot gate. Again, you have to be a DOD ID card holder. We'll get it right to come in that gate. But Sergeant Taylor, Sergeant Banks, we really appreciate your time today.
Yes, thank you so much, and we hope you enjoy the show.
We're going to love it. And so we're going to kick it back out to the Air Boss from Broadcast Central here at Tinker.
So right about here is where Lynn Povey realized he had too much speed and couldn't do the snap. So he just brought it over on the 45-degree downline, did the exact same thing in the opposite direction. Now he knew there were going to be some questions when he got back down. But Lynn, being a quick-thinking man and having done some work for the Cuban Air Force, when he got back down, they were like, what the heck was that? He said, boys, that was the Cuban 8. And it's been an air show staple ever since. And here's Robert Johnson show us an excellent example of that maneuver. Coming over the top as Robert Johnson enters Chip Lamb. He's going to pull the nose up into the barrel roll. Now as Chip exits the aerobatic box, back comes Robert with the 4-point hesitation roll. Notice he comes down low to the deck, pulls the aircraft's nose up into the sky. There's 1, 2, 3, and brings it back level for the 4-point hesitation roll. Now watch that other T-28 comes overhead, this time by for the super slow roll. Once again, Chip Lamb peels out. Robert Johnson diving in right now. He's going to show us the classic Barnstormers loop. These aircraft are powered by a Wright Cyclone R1820-89B 9-cylinder radial engine rated at 1,425 horsepower. They can dive faster than 380 miles per hour. Now, right now, they're going to go out and rejoin. Robert Johnson's going to chase down Chip Lamb, and they're going to come down the show line in close trail. The hardest job in formation flying is being that wingman. All eyes on the lead. After this, he's going to join back up in the section. And his eyes are going to be fixed right on Chip Lamb. Robert Johnson is an exceptional wingman. Chip Lamb will tell you that himself. And they make this look super easy, but it takes a lot of concentration and stick and rudder skill to make it look this smooth. And watch as the Trojan Flyers go back into the section formation, reposition the aircraft into the formation loop. Ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention to Show Center as the Trojan Flyers come in for the formation loop. Watch, they pull those amazing T-28 Trojans up into the sky. Robert Johnson making that transition out on the wing, keeping tucked in right there. Let's go upstairs. I'm gonna give a chance to get out of the loop here and see just how rough the air is up there and how our pilots are doing. You guys wanna talk to Chip Lamb? Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of the Trojan Flyers? We're gonna get them recovered here momentarily. And then we're going to bring in the E3 Century, the AWACS, from right here at Tinker Air Force Base. Once again, I encourage you to go out and meet with any of these pilots you possibly can, and they're all happy to talk with any one of you. And ask them as many questions as you want. Though each and every one of them will be happy to tell you their journey in aviation and how they got started. The Trojan Flyers with the overhead brake to land.
As a member of the Wolfpack, I have to go with the slow roll.
One of my favorite maneuvers that I get to do as the lead solo is the slow roll. And so this is actually my favorite maneuver to watch during the demonstration from the ground, but also my favorite one to fly. I take the line from left to right, and you start to see an F-16 that's just hovering above the ground, 150 feet, and you just start to see the wings bank, and it's just this very slow, controlled roll that happens while you're going 500 miles an hour. It's just incredible to see such a high-power machine just do something so graceful and slow and fluid under such control, and it really just demonstrates what these jets are capable of, as well as the pilots and the people that we're training to fly them.
It is one of the most difficult maneuvers to fly. You're literally inputting every type of control in the jet, from stick and rudder, maintaining 100 feet, screaming across the ground, and it's awesome just knowing what it takes to fly that and how he makes it look so just easy and graceful, and then when the music drops as he's doing it, it's so cool.
It's actually an extremely difficult maneuver to fly and to do well and safely. So I always love a good challenge, but for me, it's just really cool the perspective of while you're in the cockpit of the world just freezes in that moment, and you just see the entire globe of the world just rotating around you as you're doing that really slowly. So that's a really fun one to fly.
Like empennage and fuselage. In other words. If you look down and to your right, you can already see the landing lights on that E3 Century from the 552nd Air Control Wing. Piloting that aircraft is Captain Mayfield. The co-pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Wegman. The flight engineer is Tech Sergeant Doty. The crew is actually going to change places after their first pass. Now the second pass will be Captain Lawless and Captain Siefken. coming down the show line from right here at Tinker Air Force Base, the E3 Sentry. And if you guys live anywhere near this base, you know that sound. You don't even have to look up to know that an AWACS just flew over your house. The Boeing E3 Sentry Airborne Early Warning and Control System was developed by Boeing. E3s are commonly known as AWACS. This aircraft was built on the Boeing 707 aircraft, just like the KC-135 and the E-6 Mercury that came by earlier. It has a distinctive rotating radar dome or rotodome above the fuselage. In March of 1977, the 552nd Airborne Warning and Control Wing received their first E3 right here at Tinker Air Force Base. There are 26 of those aircraft stationed here at Tinker, and they belong to the Air Combat Command. 4 are assigned to the Pacific Air Forces and stationed at Kadena Air Force Base in Okinawa and Elmendorf Air Force Base in Alaska. The E3 is an aircraft with an integrated command and control battle management or C2BM surveillance target detection and tracking platform. The aircraft provides an accurate real-time picture of the battle space to the Joint Operations Center. AWACS provides situational awareness of friendly, neutral, and hostile activity, command and control of the area of responsibility, battle management of theater, all altitude and all-weather surveillance of the battle space, and early warning of enemy actions during joint, allied, and coalition operations. Those aircraft lifting off from the runway right now are from Team Vance. Those trainers are going to be coming by here in just a little bit. We'll tell you all about them. Now they've done the crew change out. We have a different pilot and co-pilot on the flight deck of the E3. Coming down the show line one more time. You see the flaps down and gear down. The E3 Century, the AWACS, is coming to a full stop landing right here at Show Center at the 2025 Tinker Air Show. Get your hands in the air for your hometown team. They can't see you, but they can see you waving. Or they can't hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, diving down into the box, Mr. Craig Gifford. And the Staudacher S300. Craig is also a member of the U.S. National Aerobatic Team. He's going to spin on the upline. He dove in at over 250 miles per hour. Over 9 Gs on that first pull. Watch, he comes back down to the knife edge spin. Now he's gonna pull back up into the rolling Cuban. He'll never stop rolling the airplane, slowing down as he adds some spice to this standard maneuver with multiple rolls. As he pulls into the vertical, he'll perform multiple aileron rolls and finish at the top with a crowd favorite, the hammerhead turnaround. As he pulls to a diagonal line, he'll add some rudder forward stick and watch that airplane tumble end over end. Craig absolutely loves this maneuver. It's got a lot of G-force and just somersaulting through the air as he throws the aircraft across the sky. Watch how crisp he hits the lines and points as he does point rolls down the show line. The 4-point rolls going vertical at the end of the show line as he turns around with another hammerhead. Another hard pull in the Staudacher, spinning on the upline. This guy likes to fly any way but straight. Pushing that aircraft over the top. If you're feeling the need for speed, you come up here and meet Maverick and Iceman down here at Show Center. Get a photo with these fictional famous aviators right here at the 2025 Tinker Air Show. That's the only way I can get a picture with them. As Craig comes diving back down to the box, oh, hard pull at Show Center, spinning on the upline. Inverted, still climbing up. You get it because he was inverted. Now coming back down. Back up into the vertical. You've noticed that our aerobatic pilots love to work in the vertical. That's because they can get up there, they can do some real fun stuff, Stall that aircraft out, a little bit of a torque roll, slide back down to the tail slide. And here's where the fun begins. The engine winds up, the Staudacher S300 pulling 8 G's to the bottom of the pull, back up into the vertical. Snapping on the upline. Craig's bringing his talents to Tinker for the very first time. He brings his signature blend of power, precision to our air show. He's been flying his entire life, over 5,000 hours in dozens of different types of aircraft. He's been a member of the U.S. aerobatic team since 2011. He's traveled around the globe to compete in World Aerobatic Championships. He has 6 medals from world competitions, over 20 gold, silver, and bronze medals from U.S. National Championship competition. Craig is the coach of the U.S. National Advanced Aerobatic Team competing in Hungary this September. You can follow the team as they pursue gold on their social media pages. Originally coming from Texas, Craig now calls Tennessee his home. As he goes to the top of the tower, watch, he spins the Staudacher S300 around. Right now, he's going to climb up there and cool off the engine of the Staudacher. He's been pushing it pretty hard. It won't take long, though. He's going to be right back to work. And while Craig cools off, we got a couple of lost parents. We have two children that are at the Lost Children's Tent. Ella Mari, the 6 years old in a pink shirt and a jean romper. And Mavea, a 7-year-old with jean shorts and a white Thunder shirt. Apparently these children are cousins, so if you happen to be their parents, you can pick them over at the Lost Child Tent. But hurry, we have the Red Bull and Monster Energy on standby. Craig snaps on the upline. Into the knife edge climb, using the power of that engine to pull him up into the sky. Not so much using lift as he's just beating gravity into submission. The Star-Spangled Staudacher with a knife edge spin on the upline. Tinker Air Force Base, get your hands in the air. He's hanging inverted. He can see you right now as he takes that aircraft and attempts to stop it in the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, look over your right shoulder. It's Craig Gifford bringing the Staudacher S300 down the show line. He's giving you a little bit of a wing wave as he comes down. All right, right now we're going to recover Craig Gifford. And we're going to bring in that training flight from Vance Air Force Base. You guys still having a good time out there, Oklahoma City? We are too. We're glad to be here with you this year. This is the first time Air Boss Brad Klein and myself have been here at the Tinker Air Force Base Air Show. And of all the shows we've done this year, and we have done a bunch, we're about midway through the season right now. You guys have been an incredible crowd. Coming overhead right now is our training flight from Vance Air Force Base, led by the T1 and 2 T6 Texan 2s. From the heart of America's pilot training powerhouse, Vance Air Force Base in Enid, Oklahoma, home of the 71st Flying Training Wing, which trains more than 400 pilots every year. Nearly 1/3 of all new U.S. Air Force pilots, with a team of active duty, guard, reserve, and civilian instructors. This wing's been training warriors for the sky since 1941. It's not just about flying, it's about leadership, excellence, and mission readiness. The 71st Flying Training Wing produces airmen who will go on to support every combatant command around the globe. The rugged, propeller-driven T6 Texan 2 is the first step in a student pilot's transformation. It's where cadets learn the fundamentals of flight, a modern trainer with a historic name honoring a legendary World War II era Texan. We were supposed to have the T-38C Talon. It did have a mechanical problem, but it was the world's first supersonic jet trainer. The T-38 trains future fighter and bomber pilots, preparing them to command aircraft like the F-22 and the B-1 Lancer. Completing the team is the T-1A Jayhawk, a twin-engine jet used to train pilots destined for mobility, refueling, and command and control aircraft. From airlift to AWACS, this is the trainer for the strategic side of air power. And they are somewhere out there in the Oklahoma sky. Maybe they can't find their way back to the base. Each one of these aircraft represents a path in the sky, mobility, strike, and support. and the airmen who fly them embody the commitment, discipline, and excellence of the United States Air Force. From the prop-powered precision of the Texan II to the jet-fueled fury of the Talon and the global mission-ready Jayhawk, these are the wings that build the world's greatest pilots.
Welcome back. It is day one of the air show here at Tinker Air Force Base. I'm Megan Gold from News 9, joined by Senior Master Sergeant Jones Martin, streaming live on the Tinker Air Force Base Facebook page and, of course, on News 9 and newson6.com. Defense Visual Information Distribution Service, and a big thanks to, of course, my local team at News 9, our sister station, also News on 6 in Tulsa.
Joining us here at the desk, one of my very favorites, and I'll tell anybody this, my favorite act of the air show, the Tora, and one of the incredible pilots that flies with that act, Mr. Patrick Hutchins. Thank you so much, sir, for stopping by. It was so exciting to watch you guys perform earlier.
Yeah, we're glad to be back at Tinker. We've done this show several times over the years, so always glad to come back. Great hospitality.
We're so happy to have you. Tell everybody that is watching the live stream a little bit about the mission of the Tora. You say it's a living history lesson. What does that mean?
Well, it's a living history lesson in that they don't really teach about the attack on Pearl Harbor so much in schools anymore. And there's a lot of people that don't really think about the event that thrust us into World War II to begin with. And so the attack in Pearl Harbor happened December 7th, 1941. They made a movie. 20th Century Fox made a movie, came out in 1970. It was called Tora. After they were done with some of the airplanes on making movie, they ended up in the Houston area and were donated to the Confederate Air Force back then. Today it's called the Commemorative Air Force. And this act was put together and flown the first time at an air show in Galveston in 1972. So 53 years later, if my math is correct, these airplanes are still flying air shows. And so the living history lesson, it's three parts. We have the airplanes, we have the pyrotechnics, and we have our narrator telling the story of what happened that day. And so people can learn, people that have forgotten about it, they get to remind about what thrust us into World War II, and then kids can learn about history because our narrator's telling the whole story.
You know, you mentioned the pyrotechnics, you mentioned the airplanes. You guys have one of the most technically intricate acts at any air show that you guys will see. That finale, you know, if you guys missed it on the live stream, if you guys missed it here in person, you gotta check it out. It is just absolutely incredible, and luckily you can come out tomorrow and see it here live. But we could actually feel the heat coming off the flight line. How many people on your crew does it take to pull off this act?
There's about 10 to a dozen people out on the field, and they're setting up all the dynamite, all the gasoline, and they're all ready by the time we come over the crowd. And that part of the pyro is about 8 minutes, and they tell us that you're out of bombs and bullets. And so our Tora lead says, Tora, break it off, and we head out to go get in formation while our narrator keeps talking. And I guess you heard the, is it Kate Hudson that sings the song? And so, and here we come back by in a big formation with the smoke on, and the fire. The wall of fire is kind of a surprise.
Yes.
Nobody, they see the airplanes. Oh, it looks pretty, but the wall of fire is a surprise. And so it's kind of a great little finale. And then we finish with our photo passes, and then we land.
It's spectacular.
Yeah,
it's
just as easy as that, Megan.
Well, tell everybody at home where you're from, where you're based out of, and then how you specifically got to be involved with aviation and, of course, Tora.
Okay, well, my father was a pilot for a hobby. He never flew for a living. He had a living, and so I soloed on my 16th birthday, and that subsequently when he started flying with Tora Tora. And so I grew up watching him fly and going to air shows. But I would have to be in my early 40s before I would have the means and the time off work to go do air shows. So I started getting checked out. And we flew together for 8 years. And then he said 35 seasons is enough for me. And so you keep flying the airplane and you can continue on. And so that's how I got involved. And there's at least 3 second-generation pilots on the team. Their dads flew, and now we're carrying it on. And now younger pilots are starting to join us. So now we kind of can see who is going to perpetuate this program.
That's definitely incredible. How many seasons do you have on the team so far?
This is my 23rd season with
goodness.
the team, yes.
And you have another 20 in you, I'm sure.
I don't know, a few. And it gets in your blood. I can't imagine these guys going to an air show without me.
Well, I know this is a question that I have, and maybe for folks at home. What is going through your mind when you're up there and when you're doing the acts?
It is, it's sheer concentration. It's knowing where everybody is. It's very choreographed. I'll give away a small trade secret. We do have some markers on the ground. So when you see us on a head-on pass, we're literally 250 feet apart. So, but from the crowd, it looks close.
It looks so much closer.
And so very choreographed, very safe, but it's you're concentrating on what you're doing and where everybody is. And so it's just, yeah, you're not just flying around up there having a good time. And then when it's over, you can kind of relax and say, yeah, we did it again.
How much do you guys have to practice? How much preparation goes into going out on the road for a show season?
Well, air show season is from March to November. And so November comes and we do maintenance for the next 2 or 3 months. So we haven't flown an air show for a few months. So at the beginning of March, we all meet at some place in the country, usually in the South, and we spend an entire weekend getting current on our formation, the pattern. We do all kinds of different. We'll just do the zeros, we'll just do the Kates, we'll do everybody together. And so we get 3 hard days of flying, and then we have enough air shows during the season to stay proficient and current.
You know, we were talking a little bit about before we came on, and I mentioned, you know, this must be your full-time job because it's just so incredible watching you. And you said, no, this is not my full-time job. Can you speak a little bit about the volunteer aspect of Tora Tora Tora?
All the pilots of Tora are volunteers and have been for the whole 53 years. It is the money we charge to come to an air show goes toward the maintenance bank account for all the airplanes. We have to replace engines every so many years, propeller overhauls, tires, things break, these 80-year-old airplanes. And so to maintain the airplanes, that's why we have a fee to go to a show. But we don't get paid. We do this for the love of it and the travel and getting to meet great people like yourselves, and that's why we do it. And talking to veterans and seeing how excited the little kids are, and so lots of advantages of doing this and not have to be paid for it.
Well, we are so grateful for what you do, and we know what you're doing is inspiring the next generation of potentially pilots, and it's huge. So we're just so very grateful. We want to say thank you, and thank you for stopping by and talking with us. I know folks at home are so grateful that they have gotten to watch you as well.
My pleasure.
And thank you all so much for coming by and just watching us here on the live stream as well. We're going to take it back to the Air Boss and our aerial performances here at Tinker Air Show 2025.
I'm a big believer, like when we travel, to eat at the local mom and pop places. Like I don't want to go to chain restaurants, especially if we have it in Vegas, because Vegas has so many chain restaurants that it's just super important to me to like support the local places when we travel.
Las Vegas has some of the best food I've ever had in my life. So the one thing that I get every time I come back is pizza from my favorite pizza shop in Vegas. And that is my return from home. I don't have anything in my fridge and I just need something. And then I get enough that I can have it for breakfast the next day and still enjoy it. So there are like a ton of great places across the country. I'm a huge foodie, so I'm all about it. But man, just coming home to that slice that I want is absolutely the best.
Favorite food would be either sushi. Whenever we're traveling on the road, I always look for a good sushi place. Or my mom's molasses cookies. Those are my two favorite foods.
Oh man, favorite food, French fries. That's my go-to. The cool thing about French fries, you can get them anywhere you go, so it makes fitting into the show suit a little bit harder, but I'm a sucker for some French fries.
Tamales, probably my favorite. We usually make those around Christmas, and it's just like an experience. You get your whole family together around the table and just making those, and then you get to enjoy them after a couple hours.
Favorite food? It's an easy question for me. Anything chocolate. So it does not matter if it's like chocolate, yo, good to go. Chocolate and peanut butter, best combo ever. Sign me up. Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, can't go wrong.
There's a steak in a hotel, and hotel food is usually not the best, but there was a hotel that we stayed in Canada 2 years ago, and I have not forgotten about that steak in 2 years. It was great.
I like any kind of food, but ramen would probably be my favorite one. If not ramen, it would be pozole, which is a Mexican soup, so yeah.
My favorite food, I always try to go to Olive Garden. A lot of people don't like Olive Garden and say it's not real Italian food, but every time I go there, I get the same thing. The rigatoni with 5 cheese marinara, and then the crispy chicken Frita on that. It's the best thing in the world, and I get it every single time, no matter what.
I have to give it to my grandma. She still makes the best food. I don't care what anyone says. But it was albóndigas with a little bit of rice and beans. Just nice, simple meal, and it just fills you up. And just the thing of it being homemade, just always hit the spot.
I love salsa and chips. And salad, believe it or not. I eat a lot of salad. It's like I would eat that for every meal for the rest of my life if I could, which is weird, because it's salad.
I like any and all types of food everywhere we go, but I'm gonna have to say my favorite meal is my mom used to make king crab for, it was Christmas Eve dinner. So she'd make this king crab and you get a baked potato, and it was just mounds of king crab, and that's my favorite meal, that's my go-to.
Ladies and gentlemen, now on takeoff roll, Randy W. Ball and the MiG-17F. The man inside the machine is Randy W. Ball, North America's premier jet demonstration pilot. He's performed at well over 1,400 performances. No other North American jet demo pilot even comes close to that number. In fact, Randy is the only jet demo pilot, military or civilian, to be granted both a day and night unlimited aerobatic rating in jet fighter by the FAA. He has flown over 44 different types of aircraft manufactured in 9 different countries. Watch he quickly transitions the MiG-17 to come back in for his first run. Inbound from your left, Randy Ball in the MiG-17. A quick turnaround out to the right, and he's back in the aerobatic box. Ladies and gentlemen, do not take your eyes off of Randy Ball. Right down low and fast. Here we go. As a youngster, Randy's father took him flying occasionally, and he spent countless hours with one of his heroes, his great uncle Gilbert Ball, who flew 51 missions over Europe flying the B-17 Flying Fortress. Even before college, Randy knew he wanted to fly, and by the time he was 13, he had already taken off and landed a plane with his father and soloed at the age of 18. Randy volunteered to work his first air show in 1982. He flew his first air show more than 30 years ago. He now performs throughout North America, Canada, and Mexico. Look down low and right, here he comes. The MiG-17 was a very nimble fighter that could prove deadly unless respected when it was engaged by pilots with superior training and tactics, such as those used by the United States Navy and Air Force. One moment of complacency when fighting against a MiG-17 would prove fatal. It was flown by over 20 countries, 3 of which still fly it. Because of its famous heritage and great maneuverability, it makes one of the best airshow jets in the world, able to stay in front of the fans while still flying at high speed. Randy Ball's MiG-17F spent almost 4 years in restoration and is one of only a handful of vintage jets flying in North America airshow circuit. It is an authentic paint job and is the only MiG available for ground display and fully restored guns. Coming in high from the right. Randy's MiG has been seen by millions of airshow fans across North America and has been featured in numerous publications, appearing on t-shirts, newspapers, posters, and more. It was filmed on several occasions, including performing as the enemy aircraft in the United States Air Force's F-4 Phantom for the Discovery Channel and History Channel. It has a top speed of 715 miles per hour, making it a supersonic aircraft. Coming around from the left, ladies and gentlemen, Randy W. Ball. Quick transition out to the right for Randy Ball. Here comes the MiG-17. Low and fast from the right. Watch when he gets to show center. Up like a rocket is Randy Ball in the MiG-17. Right now, Randy's going to transition and come by for a high-speed pass. He's going to see how close he can get to the speed of sound without breaking the sound barrier, because we can't do that anymore. People get mad we break the windows. .87 Mach already as he comes down the show line. 8.8. 8.9. .90, just under the speed of sound for Randy W. Ball in the MiG 17. All right, Oklahoma City, I want a poll here. What do you guys think of Randy Ball in the MiG 17? Well, here he comes over your right shoulder. Now he's gonna pull up and brake to land. All right, we're gonna recover Randy Ball, and then we're gonna throw some more people out of airplanes, because that's always fun. The good news is we have efficiently killed every mosquito in the middle of the airfield.
born out of the jet age to represent airmen and to inspire the next generation. More than 65 years later, what this team has become is much more than air show performers. We are leaders demonstrating the capabilities of America's Air Force to our great nation, as well as spreading goodwill to nations abroad. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. The Korean War was still going on, and the F-84G was a frontline fighter, and some called it the workhorse of the war. First Thunderbirds team would fly 5 of these aircraft. Major Dick Catledge was picked as the Thunderbirds' first commander. Crazy as it may sound today, he had only 3 weeks until their first air show. The Thunderbirds were quickly formed. Jets were painted, and by June of 1953, they were performing. As the years passed, the aircraft changed. Thunderjet, Thunderstreak, Super Sabre, Thunder Chief, Phantom, Talon. All these aircraft represented a different generation of Thunderbirds, different advancements in technology. Technology that in 1983 brought us the jet that revolutionized the fighter aircraft world and today remains a dominant force in the sky. The mighty F-16 Fighting Falcon. Thunderbirds have flown the F-16 for more than 30 years now. Minus the red, white, and blue paint scheme, they are the same as the jets flying missions around the world today. It only makes sense that when people think of the Thunderbirds, they more than likely think of our F-16s. While those jets are our most visible assets and project the strength of our Air Force, it is our airmen that make it all possible. The Thunderbirds are comprised of more than 130 airmen. There are 12 officers, each known affectionately by their number, with one exception, number 1. Our commander, we call him Boss. He and Thunderbirds 2 through 8 are highly experienced fighter pilots. Thunderbirds 1 through 6 are demonstration pilots. Thunderbird 7 oversees Thunderbird operations, and Thunderbird 8 acts as our advanced pilot and narrator during shows. Thunderbirds 9 through 12 are support officers who perform expert medical, administrative, maintenance, and public affairs functions. There are also more than 120 enlisted personnel representing nearly 30 career fields. Enlisted team members are selected from units across the Air Force. Each enlisted member plays a crucial role maintaining this well-oiled machine at home and on the road. Our time in this uniform is short, and each one of us is charged by making the most of it, by inspiring and encouraging others, by representing our amazing Air Force. So while the faces and jets have changed, the mission remains the same. We are the United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron. We are the Thunderbirds.
While we got a few minutes here between acts, I want to give a special shout out to a VIP guest we have here today, retired Colonel and Vietnam veteran Terry Hume, call sign Hummer. He served the United States Air Force and the Air National Guard during the Vietnam War. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause.
I'm disciplined.
So the purpose of Day in the Life is to show young high school students what it's going to be like on the BCT, that's basic training side of the tracks, and kind of get them a little ready for it and show them, hey, like this is what the Army does, this is what the Army can do, here's something that you can do, here's 150 different career options that are available to you. And they've came here so they can kind of get an idea of what the Army does outside of just kicking indoors and shooting stuff. Because we do a lot more than that. They've gotten to see various vehicles that we have, and they've got to see some of our fire systems. Our local fire department for Fort Sill came out here and kind of gave them a demonstration on what they do. The police department came out here with the K9 unit, and so they got to see some fun stuff with the K9 unit, get to tackle people and stuff.
I think it does a really good job at interesting students, because this stuff is really interesting, to me at least, to see all the cool vehicles that they have and all the big giant things that they shoot. And I do think it's really cool. It's a cool event to go and spend the day.
I kind of always just wanted to join the military. I just seen the combat engineer when I was young, talked to him, and then he was like, I'm a combat engineer, so I always wanted to be one.
I challenge you to think about our country and what a great place it is and how incredible of an opportunity you have to potentially serve.
It like opens up the eyes, see what the Army got. I heard earlier the Army has over 153 jobs or something like that. So it's just one of the many things that the Army provides. The possibilities are endless with the military. You never know what you can get. The benefits are good. There's not really nothing bad to say about the military. It's a pretty good thing.
I think the military holds a lot of benefits, and like no matter which branch you join, and you should definitely at least look at it and see where it all goes first before you say no.
Welcome back here to Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma City. So glad you could join us. Day one of this two-day air show rolling on here. The Wings of Blue getting ready for their second performance of the day. So a lot more coming on the schedule. We're also waiting for the Thunderbirds. They'll take to the air around 3:30 Central Time after their ground demonstration. So lots of has happened today. We've seen big heavy airplanes. We saw trainer aircraft as well take to the skies just a little while ago. Tora was here with their big pyrotechnic display, a reenactment of the attack on Pearl Harbor back in World War II. So a lot's happening here this weekend, but we would be remiss if we didn't note that the aviation community, which is really a family, and just a mere 2 months ago, the community lost one of its own, a true original, Mr. Rob Holland. Rob was a true master of the skies and a man who redefined what was possible in the world of aerobatics.
Now a signature maneuver from Rob Holland. It is called the Nivek.
Very big dedication to each and every one of us that we share so much. And from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to dedicate this art to each and every one of them.
So, you know, our condolences to the family of Rob Holland, and he was just such a treasure for everybody who knew him. And, you know, I think in the few times that I had the opportunity to meet Rob, he really just loved aviation and he loved performing. So, you know, just a big loss for the air show community, but I think he'd be thrilled to watch the skies here today, and he'd be thrilled to see the Wings of Blue who are about ready to jump out of their Otter aircraft for the second time here today. Don't forget, we'll be on the air again tomorrow, streaming day 2 of this air show. We'll be on the air about 10:45 Central Time. But today we still have the Thunderbirds coming up. For now, we're going to kick it out to the Air Boss, and then the Wings of Blue will be jumping in.
Lieutenant General Brian Robinson, Commander of Air Education and Training Command, it is my privilege to narrate for you a precision free-fall parachute demonstration brought to you by your United States Air Force parachute team, the Wings of Blue. The Wings of Blue. The aircraft being used in today's demonstration is the Havilland and UV-18B Twin Otter, call sign Congo 6-5, piloted by Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Foltusher from Grand Junction, Colorado. On this pass, 5 jumpers will perform a maneuver known as the bomb burst. 5 jumpers will exit the aircraft from 11,500 feet above the ground with smoke attached to their left foot and perform various free-fall maneuvers to build a formation in the sky known as the star. They will break the formation at 6,000 feet by turning 180 degrees to perform a track maneuver and fly horizontally away from each other so they can be at a safe distance to deploy their main canopies. Turn your attention towards the sky as they prepare to exit the aircraft. And there they go. Jumpers are accelerating at speeds in excess of 120 miles per hour as they build their formation. All jumpers have now made it to the formation. If you observe just 1,000 feet above, Captain Chad Suffolcool is performing a tandem skydive with Tinker Air Force Base's very own Colonel Tamerlan Desmukes, Deputy Commander of the 72nd Air Base Wing, exercising the vast capabilities of your U.S. Air Force parachuting team. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Wings of Blue Bombers. This time, all jumpers have successfully deployed their main parachutes. They will now perform a controllability check, ensuring the canopy is safe to fly before setting up a precision landing in the target area before you. Airmanship 490 is the basic freefall parachuting course taught by each and every member of the Wings of Blue. Our jump program is the only place in the world where your first jump is a completely solo freefall skydive. Students accomplish nearly 40 hours of ground training to prepare before they must stand in the door. Wings of Blue instructors award up to 700 jump wings each year. Ladies and gentlemen, our jumpers are low enough that they can hear you. Put your hands together for the Wings of Blue. Leading in our jumpers from Parker, Colorado with 701 jumps, let's hear it for Cadet First Class, Jack Brees. Now entering from San Antonio, Texas with 714 jumps. Put your hands together for Cadet First Class, Luke Childs. Let's make some noise from Singapore with 711 jumps. Give a warm Tinker welcome to Cadet First Class, Avery Tan. Up next, from Yakima, Washington, with 712 jumps, let's hear it for Cadet First Class, Ace Fetterspiel.
We're less than an hour away from seeing America's ambassadors in blue take the skies here in Oklahoma City. Air shows are really our opportunity as military members to connect with the American public and inspire the next generation of airmen and guardians. Joining us now, an airman responsible for getting that next generation actually into the uniform, Staff Sergeant Caleb Villa, or should I say Tech Select.
Yes,
Caleb Villa, congratulations
Thank you so
on
much.
the recent
Thank you.
promotion. Joining us here at Broadcast Center. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you for the invite.
Okay, so first question for you. There are so many different aspects to service in the Air Force and the Space Force. From my understanding, there are over 200 different career fields to choose from. Can you talk a little bit about the different opportunities people have to serve?
Yeah, so definitely throughout, Air Force and Space Force, a lot of different jobs. Like you said, over 200 jobs. We have a little bit of everything. We have, aircraft maintenance to pest management. You know what I mean? So a lot of people think it's just flying, just working on aircrafts. You could do, like me, I was a personnelist before I came into recruiting, so human resource specialist. We have intelligence, we have firefighters, security forces, which is like law enforcement, a little bit of everything. So honestly, I always tell my applicants, hey, the world's your oyster. Just take your test and see what happens from there.
You saw me look off camera. That's because Samantha out there is also a personnelist.
Oh, okay, 3FO fam. Okay.
Yeah, running our teleprompter. She's actually working with the 2nd Audio Visual Squadron. That's the professionals that are running our live stream here at the air show. And part of her immersion is getting to come out here. But she's a personnelist by trade.
So she know the vibes. She know the vibes.
Big up to the 3 Fs out here. And Megan, a meteorologist by trade. We actually have weather in the Air Force.
Correct. Yes, you could be a meteorologist in the Air Force. Their tech school is insanely long, but it's worth it. A lot of people come in. Sorry, it's like riding up on me a little bit.
Oh, you're fine. Take your time.
A lot of people want to come in, and especially being from Oklahoma with all the tornadoes and all the craziness going on here, they definitely get into that. So I've definitely put in a few meteorologists in the Air Force.
So you can take tons of different skills, different areas of interest, and turn it into a career in the military.
Yes, ma'am. So, I mean, like I said, let's take for an example, somebody that comes in and does aircraft maintenance. It's to learn something like that on the civilian sector. Either A, you got to pay for it. It's essentially it's a hard career field to get into. So someone that says, hey, I want to join the Air Force, they can learn how to work on aircrafts. They can learn cybersecurity. They can learn law enforcement, how to be a firefighter, how to like for aerospace medical service, how to get your EMT certifications and stuff like that. Get some experience. Get your degree, whatever it is, maybe whatever your personal goals are, take that and then get into the to the civilian sector and be successful.
Awesome. Can you talk a little bit about just the process of enlisting? I went through it, but it was just a little bit of time ago. Enlisting in the Air Force probably seems like this huge, complicated process, but can you break that down for somebody that might not be familiar with it?
100%, yeah. I definitely haven't been doing that for the last 3.5 years. So I actually enlisted 2019, so definitely very, I guess, closer to most other people, but even then the process has changed since then. But honestly, it does seem complicated, but it's really just 4 steps. The first one is, hey, do I want to join? You want to join? Cool. Second one is talk to a recruiter, bring your documents and things like that. The third step, take your ASVAB. Fourth step, take your physical, which is your medical examination. And if everything goes over there, and those 4 simple steps, you're joining the Air Force. So it's not that difficult.
And we're about to see that Otter aircraft from the Wings of Blue pass back behind us here at Broadcast Center. So cool. USAFA, the U.S. Air Force Academy, just one way that you can serve in the United States Air Force. Can you talk a little bit about what is the difference between like an officer accessions and an enlisted accessions? Because a lot of people maybe might not know the difference, that we actually have 2 different ways that you can serve.
Correct, 100%. Yeah, I get that question a lot in my office. Someone comes in and they're like 18, fresh out of high school. They're like, hey, Sergeant Vila, I want to be a pilot. And I'm like, all right, well, let me break it down to you. So there are 2 different ways that you could serve in the Air Force, A, being the enlisted, and B, officer. So enlisted, you're looking at your traditional, like, hey, I'm fresh out of high school, or even if you're just like me, I was 23, turning 24, I joined, right? So that is just, hey, you pass your ASVAB, physical, you just have like your minimum education requirements and you join. The officer sector is a little bit different. So those are for individuals that have their bachelor's degree already, or maybe they have a medical degree, a specific skill, and then they're joining on the officer side as far as like essentially being like a supervisor, that kind of thing in the Air Force. So there's a lot different than just, hey, I'm just joining as an enlisted member. So a lot of misconceptions in regards to that.
And you can actually do a lot of your own research as well. You can go to the Aim High phone app.
Aim High app, and also airforce.com. A lot of information on there.
There we go. Well, speaking of misconceptions, so there may be some misconceptions out there about service in the military, so we want to debunk some of those myths. What are the top 3 or 4 myths you would say that are out there about joining the Air Force?
Yeah, a lot of misconceptions.
Keep it to 3. Keep it to 3.
Yeah, I'll try. So I would say that the big one is, as soon as I talk to my recruiter, I'm out the door the next day. Like, they're shipping me out to wherever, and I'm doing whatever it is that the Air Force needs me to do. That's definitely a misconception. It's not true. Some people want that, and even then it's not possible sometimes, depending on just different circumstances. But it is possible. But for the most part, you let kind of like the Air Force know what's a good timeline for you, and we call it, it's called your availability date. So if you finish everything today, and you're like, hey, I got family, whatever's going on, anytime after this date, cool, then all right, you can essentially, you know, ship out sometime after that. The second misconception that's really big is, hey, I'm joining the Air Force, but I can't choose my job. Like, be open to different things, but it's not just like, hey, the Air Force said I'm doing this job, so that's all I'm doing, right? A lot of different ways, you know, you could pick certain jobs that you're wanting to do and things like that, and then, you know, join that way. It's not just, oh, I'm doing this job. So those are, I would say, the main two misconceptions in regards to joining.
What about in terms of deployment? Because I have to think for a lot of folks at home, maybe they're interested in serving. I'm sure that can be very intimidating, especially if they're worried about having to go overseas to leave their families. Talk a little bit about maybe the jobs that are more likely to be deployed, the ones that are more stateside.
Gotcha. It's a double-edged sword, honestly. I've met people in the Air Force that, hey, they've been in 6 years and deployed 4 or 5 times. And then you have someone like one of my first supervisors, she was in 17 years and deployed twice. And then you can talk to someone like me, I've been in almost 6 years, I've never deployed. So there's really no specific job that, hey, you'll never deploy, or some jobs that you're just gonna have high tempos of deployments. Honestly, it's just dependent on just where you're at, the mission or the requirements of the Air Force, that kind of thing, what's going on. But above all else, it is very intimidating. I got tasked about 4 or 5 different times for a deployment, so you could, you know, just imagine how that feels. Like, hey, you're going, no, you're not going, you're going, you're not going. So I've been through the whole mental process of like, oh my God, I'm gonna deploy a lot of different times. My dad, he was in the Army. He did a lot of different deployments. So like, I just talked with him, and he's just like, hey man, like, look, your mission is different. You know, if you're not trained to kick down doors and take down names, it's just not what you're going to do, right? So if you're an aircraft maintainer and you get stationed overseas, what are you going to do? Hey, I'm fixing aircrafts just at an overseas or deployed location. So in the layman's terms, it's like, honestly, there's really no right or wrong answer. It could go different routes. Just depends on just how your career shakes out. You know what I mean?
So it sounds like if you have a specific area of interest, the Air Force is going to try to make sure that you end up in that area of interest.
Correct.
You're not going to be thrown into something that you're not interested in whatsoever.
100%. And I would say my story is the perfect reflection of that. So I joined with a mechanical contract. So essentially you're joining and they're like, hey, you're going to do something in mechanical. And I was like, hey, I just want to join. I want to serve. I want to get a paycheck. so hey, I'm down. Let's do it. You know, and I think in like 2 months I was, you know, out the door. October 1st, 2019, I'm out. So I went to basic training, and at basic training they have it's kind of like a career counsel, like a job counsel portion. So you talk with a recruiter there. He saw that I had a bachelor's degree in business admin, and he's like, they got you doing mechanical stuff? He's like, do you want to be a personnelist? Like some admin work? I was like, yes, sir, I do. So he hooked me up, and funny enough, so shout out to Matt Sergeant Cook. He worked at Oklahoma City MEPS, and when I did my MEPS training, I was like, thank God, you saved my life. Like, so essentially, like I said, that's a perfect reflection, and I try to do that as well. I've had a lot of people come in and it's like, hey, I got a degree in German. Hey, I speak with this type of language. Like, hey, you ever heard of being a linguist? You know, some people come in and they're like, hey, I had a cybersecurity cluster at my VOTEC in high school. Hey, come on. What is one of the key domains of the Air Force? Cyberspace superiority. So, hey, we can get you in that. Or now we got Space Force now. So, you know, showing love to the sister service. So, but yeah, 100%. That's what it's all about. Just trying to not only benefit the airmen or the future airmen at that point, but also, you know, the service and ultimately the United States.
Good recruiters really are worth their weight in gold. And we want to thank you, Sergeant Villa, for stopping by here today. Anything else that you want to add, your last pitch that you want to add to the people here in Oklahoma?
Honestly, nothing too crazy. I just know my mom and my dad is watching, and eventually I feel like my brother gonna check the replay. So I just want to give a big shout out to them. I know they tuned in. So love you, Ma.
Oh,
Besito, te amo.
We are so grateful for all you're doing to help recruit kind of the next generation. We know that these air shows are such a big part of recruiting the future and kind of planting that seed in them. So we're grateful for what you do.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Definitely check out airforce.com, that Aim High app. to get information on the Air Force, those 200 different careers that we mentioned, and find a recruiter near you. We're going to take it back out to the Air Boss. We are getting closer and closer to the Thunderbird showtime here right at the Tinker Air Show.
Countdown is on.
For the world-famous Franklin's Flying Circus. All right, here in a few moments, I told you earlier that we were going to have a photo flight come by, and I have to be honest with you guys, I was lying. There was never going to be a photo on that plane. It was all an act. But the next one is not a lie. They actually are going to bring a plane down the show line with the Civil Air Patrol. And they are going to take some photos of the crowd here. This is going to be for media purposes, for public affairs, for the show. This song is my tribute to Kyle Franklin and his drug comedy act. So I have a little tradition that I like to do before the Thunderbirds fly, and the best result I've ever had came in Cocoa Beach, Florida a few years ago. But we're going to see if this crowd, because it's a really big crowd, can actually beat that crowd in Florida. Let's see if you guys can figure this one out and know exactly what to do.
One of my favorite parts after we had taxied and we're at the end of the runway is when Thunderbird 1 says, "Burners now," and that's how you know like it's about to go down. And you just feel the jet starting to accelerate and just go down the runway, and I just kept on probably yelling in my pilot's ear like, oh my gosh, we're going, and just probably saying like, wow, because then I saw the ground immediately start getting smaller and smaller. And the first maneuver that we did, because I was in a practice show as my fan flight, was the loop on takeoff, and that felt insane to feel that force on me right away as the first maneuver was. It was awesome. It was a roller coaster, but better, because then I don't get a stomach dropping feeling afterwards. Flying is what everybody sees, is the flying, the jets, the tight blue suits. But I would say that's actually second to my favorite part of being a Thunderbird. My favorite part is the people. It's the team. Our teammates, we have such a unique bond because we spend so much time together. I mean, 270 days on the road. You overcome all these challenges and you gain all these memories together that I don't believe you'll get in any other unit.
I think it starts with the core values of the Air Force. So integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all we do. When you boil those down, that really is a recipe for success in any profession, honestly, but it definitely resonates pretty profoundly on the Thunderbirds. We have a motto on this team, and it's blind trust. And in order to have blind trust in the person next to you, the crew chief preparing the jet, from our public affairs team setting up an event like this, to the pilot next to you that's flying 18 inches off of your wing, you have to have those things. You have to be excellent. You have to have integrity. People have to believe what you say, and you have to believe in serving for something greater than yourself. So those three traits or characteristics are something that I really value. I'd say beyond that, there's a motto that I learned at weapons school in the Air Force, which is being humble, approachable, and credible. So although the integrity, service, and excellence are important, I take that additional humble, approachable, credible approach because those are the kind of people that I want to be on a team with. And if I can emulate those characteristics, then hopefully people will want me to be on their team.
Is that a local thing here? I thought that was just the Thunder.
I am Major Crystal Jimenez. I go by Nemo. I am the Public Affairs Officer, also known as Thunderbird 12 for the Thunderbirds, and this season I will also be the narrator for the first part of the season. When I was younger, I really wanted to be a spy. I thought it would be cool to learn different languages, and I actually still really love learning new languages, but I thought it'd be really a cool way to kind of learn more about the world and see the world and do something productive. Obviously, I did not become a spy. Last season, I was the alternate narrator, or like the backup narrator, so I had a little bit of experience, which made it a little bit easier. So going into this season, I was one of the folks that was able to kind of slide in and help get ready and get the team ready from a narration perspective. I have done, just when I was little, I did a lot of singing and dancing as part of groups. I think the biggest thing that I just kind of taught myself or like learned was no matter what, like you've been practicing this routine and you've been working on it day in and day out. So at some point you just have to trust your instincts and let your body and your muscle memory do its job while you continue to like do yours. While I'm not necessarily speaking different languages, going into all those different pockets of the community and talking to those different types of people has really given me the opportunity to educate more folks about the Thunderbirds and what our mission is.
All right, as he comes down the show line, everybody wave. You're going to be in the Christmas card. Five minutes remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time! We're going to turn the air, the ground, and the whole show over to America's ambassador in blue, your United States Air Force Thunderbirds!
Please direct your attention to Show Center as we welcome those before you into our United States Air Force. And now our flight surgeon, Thunderbird 9, Major Jacob Hall. You got it, 9.
Good afternoon, Tinker. I am Thunderbird 9. On behalf of the Thunderbirds, I invite all of you to join us in welcoming the newest members of our military family as they they take the oath of enlistment and begin their journey of service. To the friends and family in attendance, we thank you for supporting them and helping them become the outstanding individuals that they all are. Today, they become part of less than 1% of Americans who volunteer to serve their nation's military. We are incredibly proud of their commitment to their country and honored to serve alongside them as brothers and sisters in arms. Raise your right hands. Repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Please join us in congratulating the newest members of your United States military.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started, I've got one question for you. Who's ready for the Thunderbirds? Woo! I'm Major Brandon Maxson, Thunderbird 8, the team's advanced pilot and narrator from Ontario, California. It's great to be here at Tinker Air Force Base, and today I want to tell you about the Thunderbird mission, a demonstration of the teamwork, dedication, and professionalism that mirrors that of your Air Force, active duty, guard, and reserve personnel deployed around the globe. Right now, the pilots are completing some pre-flight checks at the end of the runway, and once they're ready, we'll take to the skies. Hang tight while we get ready to fire on up.
Thunderbird 1 is ready for takeoff for runway 36. Boss, winds are 200 at 20, runway 36. You are cleared for takeoff. It's showtime! Thunderbird 1 cleared for takeoff 36. Thunderbirds, let's run them up. Stand by, smoke. Smoke on D now. Smoke off D now. One's on the roll.
And now, OKC stand tall as America's ambassadors in blue. Open with a tribute to the greatest nation on earth, America's own, your 2025 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron, known to all the world as the Thunderbirds! In 1954, the first solo pilot made their debut on the Thunderbirds. And in 1962, the opposing solo was added. Now check 6 and welcome our current solo pilots, Thunderbird 5 and 6, as they approach from behind and overhead to execute the ever-inspiring crossover break. Thunderbird fans, have your cameras ready for a picture of formation flying at its finest, as the diamond is approaching from the right at a mere 18 inches apart from wingtip to canopy for your 2025 Diamond Pass and Review. Now watch from your left as Thunderbird 5 displays the historic Thunderbird emblem on the bottom of his aircraft with the knife edge pass. The original Thunderbird Diamond was led by Major Dick Catledge, with twin captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingmen, and Captain Rob Kanaga as the slot pilot. Now look back to your left as the current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the Diamond Row. As we fly for you today, we are proud to represent America's Air Force. We are the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back to your right and find Thunderbirds 5 and 6 teamed up this time to create a mirror image in their trademark Calypso Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the Diamond is approaching from over your left shoulder in the tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 4 with the echelon Pass and Review. is Thunderbird 6 sneaking up on you with the sound of freedom. And now, from your left, watch as our lead solo, Major Downey, maintains level flights while performing the challenging slow roll. Inbound from the right, Major Scholl will demonstrate the extraordinary roll performance of the F-16 with 4 consecutive aileron rolls. The Diamond is now approaching from the right. This is a rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit of Thunderbird 1 as Colonel Malafa calls for the 4 Diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation.
Smoke off, ready now, and roll.
From your right, Major Downey. From your left, Major Scholl. Inbound for show center at a closing speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. Before passing, they'll fake sharply, narrowly avoiding each other for the opposing knife edge pass. Approaching ahead and to your left, the Thunderbirds are in the challenging trail formation, with each wingman flying just a few feet from the aircraft in front of them. On command, watch as they smoothly transition back to the Thunderbird Diamond. Our 2 solo pilots, Simmer and Rogue, have once again positioned themselves on opposite ends of the show line to cross that show center for the inverted pass. A difficult maneuver made even more challenging since Thunderbird 5 to your left is approaching upside down. From directly in front, Thunderbirds 1 through 4, Chic, Shadow, Bear, and Slasher will pull straight up into the vertical in trail formation. Emerging from the smoke, you'll see the pilots have skillfully transformed back to the Thunderbird Diamonds. the maneuvers you're watching today are in tight formation and at low altitude. They require the same level of concentration and discipline that every Air Force pilot must employ, whether flying combat missions over hostile territory or flying in support of humanitarian efforts in adverse conditions. Now watch as Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the Diamond to perform the low bomb burst. Major Jeff Downey, Thunderbird 5, with one more surprise as he approached supersonic speeds. And while supersonic speeds are critical in chasing down the enemy, slow speed handling is just as important in aerial combat. Now, from the right, find Major Scholl, low and slow. Watch as Thunderbird 5 rejoins with the Diamond to the right as this familiar formation emerges from the smoke to perform the 5-card loop. And now, from your left, Major Scholl will demonstrate the exceptional climbing performance of the F-16 as she climbs 3 miles straight up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Thunderbirds would like to dedicate this next pass to all the families here today whose loved ones are deployed around the globe in the defense of our freedoms. Now watch as Major Shoal, Thunderbird 6, demonstrates the raw power and tight turn performance of the F-16 with the maximum performance turn. Look over your shoulder to the right for precision flying under G and feel the power of the Diamond Burner 360. As our two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, rejoined with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Delta formation, we would like to take a moment to honor a local fallen warrior, Airman First Class Courtney McCraven, a combat communicator assigned to the 32nd Combat Communication Squadron at Tinker Air Force Base, passed away April 19th, 1995, when she was at the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building during the Oklahoma City bombing. Airman First Class McCraven was registering her new name when a bomb exploded, tragically killing her and 167 other people. She paid the ultimate price, and we fly in honor of Courtney and all those who lost their lives 30 years ago in the OKC bombing. Malapa will now reposition the Delta formation for the Delta roll. As you take time to watch the precision required to maneuver 6F-16s as one formation, let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment that makes our team and the United States Air Force the most capable and credible force on the planet. As the Delta soars above, we are proud to represent the 68,000 airmen who are deployed around the world. While our airmen, guardians, soldiers, sailors, coasties, and Marines risk their lives every day to fight for democracy, it is the families that stay behind who are the silent heroes of our military. Their sacrifices do not go unrecognized, and we thank every mom, dad, husband, wife, son, and daughter who support their deployed military member each day while they fight to keep our country the land of the free and the home of the brave. Now, from your right, watch the formation of 6 F-16s precisely maneuver, showcasing teamwork at its finest for the Delta formation loop. The Delta repositions for the Delta Burst. The flying skill and grace you see evolves from over 72 years of technical training and thousands of hours of practice and employment. Every airman who wears a Thunderbird uniform is a military member first, highly trained in a professional Air Force skill. As Airmen First, Thunderbirds use years of on-the-job training to provide consistent and credible global vigilance, global reach, and global power, giving a critical edge to today's joint warfighting and coalition teams. Wherever they have been before, wherever they go after their time on the team, the Thunderbirds are airmen first and airmen always, faithfully and professionally, representing their brothers and sisters in arms who are providing unrivaled air, space, and cyber dominance around the globe. Approaching from directly in front, your 2025 Thunderbirds in the inspirational Delta Burst. Our solo pilots are approaching for their final high-speed head-on pass. As they cross that show center, watch for them to climb sharply, then reverse course in a split-S maneuver to cross again with the knife edge pass. Let's go inside the cockpit and listen as they execute this breathtaking maneuver.
Five is on the line. Gotcha, 5. Solo, ready, hit it.
Ladies and gentlemen, no other maneuver is more closely associated with the Thunderbirds than the one you're about to see. Look to your left as the diamond approaches for the high bomb burst. As your Thunderbirds prepare to land, we hope you have found today's performance inspirational. It is the culmination of hundreds of hours of training and preparation, representing the unparalleled devotion to duty of every combat airman in your Air Force. We encourage those young people in the audience today to dream big, choose integrity, to serve their communities and families, and to surround themselves with excellence. As our F-16s come to land, we'd like to thank you for your continued support of the United States military and the Air Force. It has been our great honor to represent America's airmen with our performance today. The Thunderbird officers and enlisted representatives are planning on coming forward to sign some autographs and talk about the great opportunities that exist in today's Air Force. This will take place along the crowd line at Show Center, near our communications trailer, Judy. We hope you'll stick around, give us the opportunity to meet you, sign some autographs, take some selfies, and let us answer any questions you may have about serving this great nation. Please visit us at airforce.com/Thunderbirds or follow us on social media at AF Thunderbirds. Now I'd like to take some time to recognize some of the men and women who made it happen. It is my pleasure to introduce you to an important group that represents all of our Thunderbird enlisted professionals. Our line cone from Chicago, Illinois, Technical Sergeant Ronald Scala. Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Forest Falls, California, Staff Sergeant Ian Hauser. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Cedra, Puerto Rico, Staff Sergeant Jonathan Torres Zayas. Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from Bolivar, Ohio, Staff Sergeant Tiffany Moser. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from El Paso, Texas, Staff Sergeant Ureli Vega. Crew Chief Thunderbird 3 from Atlanta, Georgia, Staff Sergeant Brandon Kaiser. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 3 from Long Beach, California, Senior Airman Jeremiah Ekaroma. Crew Chief Thunderbird 4 from Peoria, Illinois, Senior Airman William Domnick. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 4 from Garden Grove, California, Staff Sergeant Eloy Lycona. Crew Chief Thunderbird 5 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Staff Sergeant Aaliyah Wyrick. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 5 from Charlotte, North Carolina, Staff Sergeant Jordan Hutcherson. Crew Chief Thunderbird 6 from Henderson, Kentucky, Staff Sergeant Caitlin Ankrum. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 6 from Dallas, Georgia, Staff Sergeant Justin Widener. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to introduce you to some of the airmen on the ground that have brought the entire show together by providing impressive filming, music, communications, and logistics. Located at our communications trailer, otherwise known as Judy, please help me recognize our Chief Enlisted Manager from Cleveland, Ohio, Chief Master Sergeant Ryan Smith. Our Squadron First Sergeant from Spartanburg, South Carolina, Senior Master Sergeant Sarivia Rice. Our Operations Superintendent from Riverside, California, Master Sergeant Tiara Pippins. Our Section Chief of Thunderbird Communications from Queens, New York, Tech Sergeant Stephen Estrada. Our NCOIC of Computer Systems Administration and Aircraft Safety Observer from Boerne, Texas, Senior Airman Sean Whitney. Our NCOIC of Thunderbird Airlift Operations and Note Specialists from Rockwell, Texas, Tech Sergeant Matthew Diostroff. Our Section Chief of Aviation Resource Management and Music Specialist from Franklin, Virginia, Tech Sergeant Tyler Brewer. Our Unit Training Manager and Videographer from Atlanta, Georgia, Tech Sergeant Brendan Twilley. Our NCOIC of Commanders Support Staff and Videographer from Charlotte, North Carolina, Staff Sergeant Sierra Kraut. Our Lead Production Superintendent from Moscataw, Illinois, Master Sergeant John Wilkes. Our Maintenance Operations Center Controller from Lyndhurst, New York, Tech Sergeant Francis Licari. Our Public Affairs Superintendent from Junction City, Kansas, Master Sergeant Ashley Taylor. Our NCOIC of Thunderbird Command Information from Miami, Florida, Tech Sergeant Keith James. Our Public Affairs Specialist from Whittier, California, Senior Airman Yendi Borjas. Our Thunderbird Recruiter from Newton, Georgia, Tech Sergeant Cody Coker. Our Flight Chief for Aircrew Flight Equipment from Chesapeake, Virginia, Master Sergeant Corey Harrison. Our Aircrew Flight Equipment Shift Lead from Orlando, Florida, Senior Airman Logan Paulson.
So there you have it, America's Ambassadors in Blue behind us. Just landed after a wonderful performance, thrilling the crowd here in Oklahoma City.
Oh my gosh, it just makes you so emotional, filled with so much pride for our country. I'm just in awe.
This is your first time actually seeing the Thunderbirds live, right, Megan?
It is. My very first air show was back in 2023, the last time we had an air show, and it was the Blues that were here. So my first time seeing the Thunderbirds.
And what did you think about the show, seeing it up close and personal?
Spectacular. It kind of makes me hold my breath, makes me a little bit nervous, but you know, they're amazing for a reason. They're world-renowned for a reason. They're just unbelievable.
Absolutely. And we had over 90,000 in attendance here today that saw the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, and so many more performances right here at Tinker's Air Show, celebrating the warriors of air and space. And you know what my favorite thing about day one of an air show is?
We get to do it again tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
She's an air show veteran already.
You're a natural at this, Megan, and we are so excited that you're going to come back. I mean, would you come back tomorrow and do this again?
I will. I accept the invitation. And I hope that everybody at home had FOMO and that they'll come out tomorrow. But if not, the live stream's there, right?
Yeah, gates will be open on the base at 8 o'clock, flying again around 11:30. Tomorrow we'll be on the air here at 10:45 a.m. Central Time. That's going to wrap up our coverage here from day one here in Oklahoma City. For my partners, Kaylin Jones-Martin, Megan Gold, I'm Dan Hawkins, and thank you to our entire Second Audio Visual Squadron crew. Talk to you tomorrow.